everybody, and welcome. We are looking at some wonderful ostriches here at Amakhala Game Reserve, and it's me, Trishala, and I've got BK with me on camera, and you are immersing yourself in nature. We're going to escape to nature this, I was about to say this afternoon, it's a late morning. Not even, it's actually just morning. When you're out for a long time, you kind of forget. It all kind of merges into one day and the sun just moves a little bit. So we're here at Amakhala and we are kind of on top of a crest where we've been really enjoying the view of these ostriches. In fact, we've been sitting with them for about maybe 5 or 8 minutes now, immersing ourselves in the way that we want you to immerse yourself in nature. And also remember, although many of you might just be watching to relax and chill out and just enjoy the scene and the sounds and also enjoy listening to us, a lot of you might want to send in questions and comments, and you can certainly do so because we love to have discussions because essentially this is your time because it's live and interactive. Maybe you have burning questions, maybe you have some questions you never dared ask. Trust me, you can ask me. Some really nice sounds. So here at Amakhala, it was really misty early on in the morning. Amakhala is in the Eastern Cape of South Africa, if you were not sure. Super misty in the morning, lots of rain yesterday, and we haven't seen the sun in a while. So we're very thankful at the moment that the mist has started to ease up and I'm starting to feel some heat on my face finally. And for me, I'm very thankful for that because I've had a cold nose for 2 days now. Just in terms of the temperature. I'm not sick though. Thank goodness. But the sun is going to help. Hello, Ula. You say ostriches for the win. What a beautiful start. Yeah, that's why we've been sitting here. It's just, it really shows off the expanse of Amakhala, and I really enjoy that. You have the ridge in the far distance, the basin at the bottom, the ostriches right with us on the crest here. These scatterings of woody shrubs, grass in between, and these flowers. Just stunning. I think it's an excellent way to start off. So we were looking at 5 females there. They're quite drab. When you see a male, you'll be able to tell that he is stark or very contrasty, black and white. While these ones look a little bit more kind of dirty brown, like they could do with the wash and maybe they'd end up white. Just taking a moment to enjoy some of the sounds. I'm hearing lots and lots of kind of high-pitched, distant chirping. I'm also hearing a nidiki. I'm hearing doves. I'm hearing hardy-doves, of course. Where can you go without hearing a hardy-dove? Speckled mousebird. It seems like our ostriches. Do you have a view of them anymore, BK? Okay, it's time to pull our binos out. Oh, an ostrich head. I think we might be able to move around and get the ostriches again. Penny, you say you're loving the bird sounds. You totally make it your snooze alarm. Penny, I'm not sure you'd wake up. Let's just go. We're going to get to the top of the road and see if we can catch our ostrich friends again. Penny, I'm not sure we'll wake up. I mean, that being said, there has been many a time when I have woken up because there were birds chirping outside. So maybe it could work for you. I'd give it a go, but maybe give it a go on the weekend, so there's not anybody expecting you to be at work. It's a very nice smell at the moment. Essentially what it is the smell of all the dew, all the water that's condensed on the plants around us and the flowers. There's our ostriches again. Let's see if there's a road there, actually. All those, all that water has collected the scents of volatile compounds. So those are compounds that evaporate easily. So the water has collected all of those, and then the water has starting to evaporate, and the volatile compounds are starting to evaporate, and that's giving us this really beautiful, rich, grassy, green, naturey smell. I wish there was a better way to describe it, but there really isn't. It's the smell of freshly cut grass mixed with hints of floral notes. Gosh, I feel a little bit like I'm reviewing beverages, shall I say. Here we have our girls in front of us again. So all they're doing as they're dipping their necks down is snapping up bits of vegetation. And that's particularly nice right now because it's nice and moist. Oh, hey Tina, that is a really good question. So you'd like to know if the colors, I guess in general, pop more when it's this kind of weather. I say it's interesting because it depends on what type of colors or the way that the color is produced. So I have found that color that's produced by pigment when it's wet or damp, it seems to pop more. I totally understand what you mean, but I'm unsure whether it's a matter of relative perspective. So does it pop more because the glare of the sun is not on it, as opposed to it being changed in some way by being wet? I'm not sure. But certainly being damp in an area for me makes the green pop more. But if I was, say, a starling, say I was a Burchell starling or even a Cape glossy, in fact any of the glossy starlings, and it was this kind of weather and there was very little direct light or sunlight, then I would pretty much look very dark. You wouldn't be able to see my brilliant hues of blue and purple and everything in between. Well, not everything in between, but all these kind of cyans and those beautiful colors. You wouldn't be able to see that because the coloration of starlings are mostly iridescent, and that kind of iridescent color is produced by structural coloration, which is a direct result of there being light present. So if you took a starling into a dark room, or even if you see a starling on an overcast day, it would just look like a dark bird. It's very difficult to see its bright colors. So for a starling to show off its beauty an overcast day like today, it's probably not going to help, but that's because the only pigment in its feathers is melanin. It doesn't have brightly colored pigments, for example, like the grass does. chlorophyll. Or the yellow flowers do, which have carotenoids to create those yellow pops of color. All classes of pigments. I really like color and light and the way it all interacts for us to get this image, this understanding of what goes on around us. The way we assign things based on color, that's just a play on light and physics. Yeah. They've huddled together now. Hi, Heather. You say, aren't those feathers just magical? They really are. They also don't do much in terms of what feathers were first meant to do. And that's because feathers are a body covering for birds that enable them to have sleek bodies and for them to interact with air in a way that allows them to be more aerodynamic and for them to fly. So what you'll get is that the trailing edges of feathers that are closer to like the shoulder section of the wing, those are nice and soft so that air passes through them easily, whereas at the ends of the feathers that the birds would use to flap and create lift, those parts of the feathers are very stiff. So with an ostrich, they don't have to worry about that anymore because they're not flying. So their feathers have become really soft and almost downy, but still quite large. So I'm sure you must have seen an ostrich feather once upon a time. I remember as a child growing up, there were these, my grandmother had this feather duster that I was sure were ostrich feathers. They were huge, and it was the same color as an ostrich. And their feathers are not very strong. It's very soft, obviously perfect for dusting, but don't want to advocate for plucking feathers off ostriches and using it to dust. Don't do that. But they are very soft. And also, if we have a quick look at me, BK. Sorry, I just want to show you that between feathers, you get the central vein, and then it kind of does these. And then between them, there are these barbules that hold the feather together. And you know it when you pick up a pretty feather and then, you've put it in your bag or something and you've unhooked those barbules and you can't hook it back because you're not a bird. But ostriches don't need to do that. So their feathers are nice and soft and those barbules are not very strong at all. So that's very good for warmth, keeping chicks warm, keeping yourself warm, and very good for shade. Anyway, we are going to move on now, and we're going to send you over to escape into Okokoyo for a little while. See what wonderful sights you get there.
There was also a elephant bull that was around as well, and he also seems to have pushed off. It was very interesting having him and a Cory bustard come through, and it looks like the Cory bustard's actually coming back. So I'm just going to scroll into him, chat a little bit about Cory bustards. They are the national bird of Botswana, and there is some debate with regards to whether they are the heaviest flying birds in the world. Some people, or ornithologists, think that it's actually the Asian bustard found in India, but they're pretty much evenly sized. So there might be an individual that is the outlier, and that is what they're taking the record on. But it's very interesting to see Cory bustards drink. So I just want to watch this so that we can all just see, because they are fantastic birds. They do have quite a wide variety of diet as well, eating anything from insects, seeds, little frogs, possibly little mammals. So that would be mice, baby rats. It could be anything that they might be interested in, and obviously in that does depend on the area as well. So, also the seasons, that could also be rainy or the winter seasons, the dry season. So with regards to that, obviously with the rainy season, we have far more, babies and frogs and everything else that does come out with that. So the variety of diet might actually increase over that time too. But it's very interesting to see this one drink. I can't necessarily tell if it is a male or female from here just because of the way that the cameras are, and we're obviously not on foot, so it is just interesting to see. They are sometimes found in pairs, but normally they will forage and feed by themselves as well. But you do see them in pairs as well. So it's always good to have a look at a Kori bustard. Quite camouflaged, especially with the white and these calcified or calcarific rocks that are in Etosha. Etosha being one of the old lakes or dried up old lakes, and these saline and calcium deposits are very quintessential to the area, and that's also why you see the elephants being white as well. They're sunbathing and covering themselves with this also leads them to be that characteristic white that they are up here in Etosha. And it's a pity we don't have that Eli here anymore because he was exactly that color. But hopefully, I'm sure this being a hot day, we are probably lined up to see a few more of them. And elephant obviously love water, and this will be a great opportunity for us just to view and observe how they interact around there and push everyone away. They are quite I suppose, bullies around water sources. So it's interesting to just check what they're up to. So now we currently have some springbok that have decided to join us. And what's quite interesting, because there aren't any predators in this dam, you can see how willing they are to actually get in. Or there's one getting a bit fussy with another. But it's interesting just to see how, when there aren't any predators around, how much more susceptible they are to walking into the water itself. So I suppose also as a cooling mechanism, it is very hot in Namibia up in Natasha, and they will also wade through and help themselves, I suppose, regulate that temperature as well. You can actually see one of these springbok here have the characteristic back hair, or basically like it's almost like a mane that's on the back that they do show, and it obviously is shown through certain circumstances. So sometimes just when they are pronking or jumping, they kind of show their fitness off to predators. And obviously with this one being a little riled up by the other chasing it around, he seems to have also spooked it into showing that little back. Basically, I suppose it's almost like a mohawk that they pop up. It's very interesting to see, and it's a characteristic trait of springbok itself. They are very closely related to gazelles, not exactly gazelles. So they are very similarly related in terms of the family and genus. However, springbok are a little bit more separated to that, like the Thompson's gazelles and the rest, and they're only really found here in the southern and southwestern parts of sub-Saharan Africa. They are also noted that there are actually two subspecies. Basically, the one is the Kalahari version, which we are looking at right now, and the Karoo version, which is in southern Africa, which we would see obviously in Amakhala and Kariega down in the Eastern Cape. Those would be the two separates. And I think actually this one here in the Kalahari is actually noted to be a little bit bigger in size than the ones in southern Africa in the Karoo, or the Karoo subspecies. We've got a giraffe also meandering on his way down here. So it'll be interesting to see how they go about their morning's drinking affair. Generally quite spooked around water, but it does seem to be quite a relaxed morning here in Natasha, so it doesn't look like there's been any predator activity around. And they all seem to be kind of milling about, so it is time for us just to wait and see what he decides, or how long he decides to take to come down and have a drink. Too loud. This way. Oh, that's it. There we go. Yeah.
It's louder that way.
Left-hand side of the pan over here, or the dam. Ah, yes, we've got some kudu. Nice big bull over there. Does seem to have quite a massive set of horns on him as well. Rather impressive. And the wildebeest are also back this side, so let's actually pan over to them a little bit. Lots of wildebeest this morning. It's clearly very hot that side. We also have the impala, and the impala this side in Natasha are actually the black-faced impala. So it's the only other subspecies of impala in Africa. And it's noted because of the different areas that they are found. So these guys are obviously in Natasha. Hi Kevin, yes, you're 100% correct. The waiting game does begin. I suppose if you were a predator, this would be a smorgasbord or buffet for yourself. However, we are waiting for that giraffe, as you said. I suppose let's wait and see. It does look like we're going to have quite a busy day here on the water. So always good and fun to see how the animals decide, when they will come through. And obviously that just depends on, how much they might have eaten or how far they've actually had to travel through overnight or during the morning to get here. But we've had quite a number of different species here today so far, so it's actually been very awesome. Large numbers of wildebeest. I haven't seen this yet before here, but it's fantastic watching them wade this deep in as well. Obviously, there aren't any crocodiles in this dam, so everyone is quite relaxed, and there don't seem to be any other predators around either at the moment. as I was mentioning about the impala in the area, these black-faced impala are obviously a subspecies and they're endemic to Namibia. And they're probably more arid adapted than the normal impala we would see, throughout Southern Africa up into East Africa as well, just because of the area. And what is noted, obviously, with their black faces is that they actually have almost like a black nose, and then a little line that kind of separates their eyes and another black tuft that's right on the top of their forehead. I'm yet to see one in person, however, they are noted to be here, and these are definitely them. So it's always great to see something different and something new across the different areas that we are live in. Just a reminder to everyone with regards to time changes for the other shows, as of tomorrow, the 1st of October, there will be a 30-minute earlier start, so that would be 5:30 Central South African time, and that would also mean that Penguin Beach also then starts an hour later at 2:30 p.m. And then again, we will have the Sunset Safari from 3:30 in the afternoon. These wildebeest seem to have had their fill, kind of are pushing off, but we do have some zebra coming through. Our giraffe seems to have come ever so closer, inching his way forward. The kudu also seems to have taken his berth into the water, having a little bath, getting in there, as well as the zebra that have now also decided to join the party. But these wildebeest seems to be pushing off. It'll be interesting to see. I think in the background was the initial herd that came through earlier this morning, and we've now had our second big herd of wildebeest that have come through. It'll be interesting to see how many more decide to come through today, but I do think we might have more elephants at some point, just because it does look to be very warm that side. You can also hear the crows, and I think I saw a raven earlier. I need to double check that. Being on the dam can is a little bit harder to identify, but I will check and get back to everyone. But so far, very good start to the day. I mean, we've had around 6 different species come through in terms of the mammals. Obviously numerous little birds, the doves, black lapwings that are also here. They were roosting, it seemed like, or on nest, but they might have actually been pushed off by that ellie that came through earlier. I haven't seen them do too much just yet, but we'll wait and see. So our giraffe seems to have found his way down. It's going to be interesting to see how long he actually decides to take in terms of getting his whistle wet. Being a Friday, I'm sure it's also TGIF for him. It looks like it is a him just being by himself on the side. But that will remain to be seen. I'll try and zoom in a little bit now and see if we can actually get a better idea as to what we are looking at. Here we go. Lovely scenes this morning. This obviously being one of the 2 subspecies of the southern giraffe. This would be the Angolan subspecies. And obviously in the Kruger, as well as down in the Eastern Cape as well, and even in Mshatu, we will have the southern giraffe, so the Cape giraffe as well, noted to be almost darker sometimes with their patterns. It just does depend on the area as well, but some of the others are actually far lighter, such as the Kordofan or the West African giraffe as well. They've got far lighter colorizations or patterning as well. And it's just interesting to note these different things and how the different subspecies actually, I suppose, they look. Some of the giraffe patterns on them are also obviously different. Reticulated, the Maasai, as well as the ones I've just spoken about now, they all do have different patterning as well on them. This guy's actually very beautiful, if you can see, and those are obviously like our fingerprints. These patterns, they are all ideal, or are all unique to the individual in question. So this guy is obviously, he's got his own pattern, and much like any others we might see just now. Same as zebra. Nice to see the oryx getting in. This one's got quite a bit of a wide distance in its horn, the one right in front here. Interesting to see. We've got some more coming through in the background now too, along with the zebra. It does look like the giraffe's going to do his water dance for us. Oh, it's a little she. Interesting that she'd be by herself. Maybe her sisters are behind, but we'll wait and see. Once again, a very, very busy morning here. It's actually awesome to see all this wildlife decide to come through for us on a Friday. Nice way to start the weekend if you are with us and with us live in this interactive experience. If you do have any questions, please do send them through. We'd love to answer them for you. But this definitely is a busy one. I'm hoping the giraffe does start to drink for us. Maybe a little bit put off by that oryx that was right next to it. We'll wait and see. That springbok got rather deep into the water. It's interesting to watch, and I find it quite fascinating actually seeing how these guys wade this deep in. It's obviously not the deepest dam, probably around a meter, I suppose, at max. But is always fun to see how deep these guys are prepared to go when there isn't anything of danger to them inside. So our giraffe friend has decided to get involved, along with the zebra that have also decided to come through. Just going to get us a little bit closer because it's fascinating watching giraffe drink. Obviously, it is quite an adapted method of drinking. It's always obviously fascinating, and they obviously have to pump their hearts and the rest, and their system works very, very differently. Although they do have the same number of vertebrae in their neck as humans, they obviously have to have quite a strong pump and valve system for that to work as well. Obviously, if you had all your blood draining towards your head while you were trying to drink, you'd probably be quite a dizzy person. And there are mechanisms that they have evolved in order for this to happen. But it's always fascinating watching them do that. Always skittish, always panning around, as you can see. Very close to the zebra right now. Those rocks are also creating a bit of an issue for it as well. So interesting to just watch how they get through the substrate here as well. Not the easiest of substrates, obviously, but fascinating to watch. Always great to see the different colorations and I suppose stripe patterns on zebra in different areas. What's quite interesting with these guys is obviously they seem to lack that faint brown line that we would get here, or in the low felt at least. But obviously these are still plain zebra. Morning, White Man. Yes, you are so correct. It's been fantastic this morning. We've had, I think, roughly 6 species so far, or at least of plains game that have come through, and obviously the elephant. I'm hoping to get more elephant just now. However, with the number of wildebeest and zebra that we've had, it's been a fantastic start, as well as this little giraffe that's decided to join us too, and obviously the oryx that are now drinking, and they seem to be getting quite deep as well. I was talking about that earlier. And they seem to have waded in very, very deep at the moment. I'm yet to see anything go to the center of the dam, but it is interesting. Hi, Joshua. Gemsbok aren't really known to swim. I mean, however, these guys have waded in pretty deep. They are obviously a more arid or desert-dwelling antelope. So the chances of them actually being around a water source that deep is quite slim. However, these guys have pushed in quite far. As you can see, they're basically up to their bellies. But I don't think they would swim, no. I think at push come to shove, possibly they might. But it would be a very rare occurrence, possibly a flash flood or something like that. But they would definitely try and get away from that. That would be quite a daunting experience. I can imagine seeing a huge body of water when you're not used to that. But these guys have waded in very deep, so I suppose this would probably be the limit of Gemsbok in water. Hopefully that does answer your question. Great to see the numbers of them that have actually come into the water though too. Quite fascinating. Just as I said, I'm yet to see something go to the center of the dam. One Gemsbok has decided to be the outlier and is right there at the moment. But that seems to be the deepest part of the dam itself. I mean, that is now roughly around, I suppose, halfway up its shoulder. So I would say around 1 meter, maybe 1.2 odd meters deep. That might be. Tough to say, obviously. I'm not on the ground, so I can't really measure, or I don't really know the volume of the dam itself. And I'm sure that the water level might drop as well as we are coming towards the peak of the dry season too. But that seems to be enough of today's swimming lesson. Yep, looks like it. And we're all out. Actually quite a big herd of oryx as well. It's been quite fascinating this morning seeing the numbers of the game that have actually come through. Normally it's drips and drabs, but we've had 2 massive herds of wildebeest, 1 huge herd of oryx, and another 2 of zebra. Hopefully there'll be some more elephant at some point. Possibly, if we're lucky, some black rhino. The area is very well known for their black rhino and the congregations of them as well. However, black rhino are more active in the early mornings and evenings, so we might be unlucky with that during today, but who knows? We can't script the bush. The bush always delivers. Now it seems to be the turn for another herd of impala as well. A very, very active morning here in Namibia. You also just want to zoom in on them as well. It's always fascinating watching them come through. Right, so we've had quite a busy morning up here in Etosha, but I do want to take us across to Djuma. There's a little bit of action over there that we do have, and also it's just something interesting to see, add to the different species that we've seen this morning. So we are on 6 and counting, and this will be our 7th. Welcome back to Djuma, everyone. And here we are with Saminyala. Lovely little boy. He hasn't gone just grey yet. You can notice that obviously with the different stripe patterns and his horns that are coming out, and he is starting to develop his beard, or his mane in the front. And he's obviously with I think probably a ewe just behind that. I'm just waiting for it to pop out behind the log that is there. It did seem that there was an oxpecker on them as well. Always great to see. Fascinating birds. And they do perform such an interesting task for the various animals where they are found. Sometimes, obviously, getting a bit in there in terms of how much digging they might do with regards to finding the ticks and parasites that are on them, and obviously cleaning out those wounds. But obviously, that does work to their favor, because that's obviously what they feed on. Great just to see our next species for the morning, and these guys are always fantastic to watch as well. Hi Dorothy. Well, the biggest antelope that we would see down here and obviously in the world is the eland. So the biggest one, well, baby or calf at least, because calves are high, or any antelope that are, well, I suppose where the bulls weigh more than 100 kgs. So the biggest calf would be the eland calf. And I'll get you, obviously, how much that might weigh right now. But the eland that we get, there obviously are 2 different subspecies, and the giant eland is found more in West Africa, and they're a bit bigger than the Cape eland that we have. And they will weigh, I think it's probably around 50 kgs, but I am going to get you the correct figures now. So obviously being the biggest antelope that we do find in southern Africa, in the southern hemisphere, as well as the world, they are obviously the slowest, which is quite interesting as well. Obviously carrying such amounts of weight, they are unable to move as fast as some of the lighter species. But they are part of the same family as the Inyala, Kudu, Bushbuck, Setatunga, and obviously the giant as well, which is obviously in the Congo, as I alluded to just now. I'm just trying to get the weights for you. I know that the males go up to about 800 kgs in captivity, sometimes even up to a ton, but the females are a little bit lighter, generally around 300 to 600 kgs. And the calf, I would assume, is probably born at around 50 kgs. It's always interesting also with eland is that their hooves make quite a click, that, or sometimes it's their knees, but when they do walk you actually hear that. It's great to just see these Egyptian geese that are also in frame currently. And that obviously is a little chick. But yes, eland are actually quite fascinating, and there was actually, I'll get back to that now. I just want to just scroll through here and just see if we can find that chick. And the little chick has been found. But what I was saying was that of the antelope, eland are the only ones that are known to have been domesticated, and there actually was a domesticated herd in Zimbabwe. But sadly, obviously, with the unrest, that herd perished. And we did lose that, but it was the first instance of domestication of eland. And what is quite interesting about them as well is that they carry quite an abundance of meat on them as well. So in terms of your yield, if you were to look at something like that, and if they were to be put in a domesticated situation as a livestock animal, there's quite a big amount of yield in terms of what is actually on them. Being up to a ton, that is obviously quite equatable. It's fascinating to see these little chicks moving around like this. They're obviously getting quite confident. I suppose being Egyptian geese, they normally are quite raucous anyway. But they have grown since I last saw them. Don't know exactly when they hatched, but I would say obviously maybe about 2 to 3 weeks ago. They do become away quite quickly. Seems to be quite a way more quiet morning here in Djuma. We did have the Anyala just now, and obviously the Egyptian geese and their little goslings. Quite interesting, obviously, is that they might be called a goose or an Egyptian goose. However, they are more closely related to ducks, them and the spur-winged goose. So it's interesting that they are called that, but they are obviously related, or more closely related to ducks than they are geese. Just panning around to have a look and see what else might be here at the dam this morning. It does seem to be a bit quiet. Trying to hear if we can get some of the foraging parties that are going through. Those will be the birds that are in the area. But it is just interesting to note that springtime seems to have hit. And I can see also by the amount of green that is starting to pop here at Djuma. Hi, Edward. For myself, I actually grew up in the bush. So for myself, I have always, I suppose, been affiliated to it. My first word was actually buck, and that was when I was based in the Waterberg, at the age of around 2 or 3. But wildlife's been my passion since then, and I've always loved working with and being in the bush. I've been fortunate that I've spent a lot of time in various different areas, Mashatu, the Sabi Sands, the Timbavati, as well as the Waterberg. And I never cease being amazed. There's always something interesting going on. Something interesting that I always note is that nothing is ever imperfect in the bush. Everything is always perfect. So, whether that may be a tree, a bird, a call, the weather, for me, it is perfect. But we do have a little jacana here, and they're always fun to watch as well. Might be interesting to see if they have some chicks. So there's some interesting behavior that goes on with them with chicks. But there aren't any. Oh, there we go. No, doesn't seem to have anything around there. But there weren't any lily pads around, so it seems to just be skirting around the edges of the dam. But in saying that, I do want to send you guys over to Trishala. She does have something interesting to show you, and I'm sure she's very excited to get to explain exactly what that might be.
We have found this beautiful giraffe just chilling on the side of a very main road, so we might not get to spend too much time with it, but while it's so nice and close to us, I thought it's a great opportunity to get lost in this giraffe a little bit. BK is going to be getting some really nice close-ups. The coat is just stunning. Oh, hello you. The giraffes here at Amakhala are really relaxed. Oh, you want to come say hi? Oh no. I wonder if you noticed that he moved from one side of the tree to another side of the tree, and that's because as herbivores feed on a tree, the tree has defenses too, because essentially this is a predator-prey relationship. The predator in this case would be a giraffe, and the prey is the tree. And so the tree has defenses. It will start to release tannins, which are bitter and astringent on one side of the tree. And so the giraffe will move to the other side until that side starts to get a little less tasty. Hi, Sharon. Sharon, you say, look at these colors. Absolutely. I love the colors. I love the pattern. When I look at a giraffe close up like this, I can really see why sorry, there's a little Spidey on me. Why the Latin name is Giraffa camelopardalis. Camelopardalis, there we go. Pardalis part referring to leopard. Like a leopard's Latin name is Panthera pardus. It kind of looks leopardy, right? Hi, Amy. That's a really good question. You'd like to know if giraffes shed their hair like dogs and cats? They will certainly drop hair like any animal that has hair. And that's simply because hair follicles get weak and die. That's just a function of the follicle itself. But it doesn't really serve a huge purpose when it comes to animals out in the wild, especially not here in southern Africa, where they don't really need to shed in order to grow a winter coat, or shed a winter coat in order to get a lighter summer coat or anything like that. So it doesn't serve too much of a purpose, but with any hair, it'll be shed if there's a problem with the follicle, or maybe it's just the age of the follicle when the follicle gets old. So it does happen, but not in the same way as our dogs and cats do. Our dogs and cats, part of their evolution and their changes and their breeding are very much influenced by us and our comforts, the comforts we can provide for them. And so they undergo changes that either are adaptations towards having these comforts, like living indoors a lot of the time, or in the case of, say, shedding, something that would have been useful to them in the wild in specific climates is now not very useful, but they still shed. I mean, I certainly shed a lot of my hair on my head. So it basically has to do with the follicle, where the hair grows from. This giraffe has been hanging around the main road, stopping traffic quite a bit. I think it also just goes to show how comfortable giraffes are around here, and also how respectful guides and other people who drive on these roads are. Hi JP, you say that the grey sky brings out the color of the giraffe very vividly. I'm going to tell you a little secret. The giraffe, apart from, yes, the grey sky is bringing out the colors beautifully, but also the giraffe happens to be standing in a small patch of sun. I was going to say it's BK's brilliant camera work, and BK is a brilliant cameraman. But this time, it's more of a celestial intervention to bring out these stunning colors of the giraffe. Oh, we have some traffic building up behind us, the traffic in front of us, and this giraffe is still not bothering. So none of us will really move until the giraffe gets off the road, because then we'll just be pushing it. And we don't really want to push it off the road, do we? Well, while we wait, and the sound of vehicles will start getting louder as the traffic builds up behind us, let me send you over to Alex. He's having a look at the Okokoyo camp.
Thanks, Trishala. Unfortunate about the traffic jams, but nothing we can do about those. As you mentioned, the shedding, I think I've passed my shedding, more thinning these days, but it is busy here, and we have had more zebra and another giraffe come down this morning, and the springbok also seems to be coming to the party. So I don't know what it is, but Friday seems to be the place up in Etosha. So everyone seems to be getting their fix. Maybe it's a long weekend for them too, but we have a kudu here as well. There've been quite a few bulls this morning, and it's quite interesting to note the size. Their horns are actually rather large, these ones at least that we've seen. Seems to be that there's still quite a bit of game that's also either come through or deciding to come through, just on the peripheries, more in the horizon there. It is a bit hard to see, but it's clearly going to be a very busy day here. Just waiting for the heffalumps. We have had one, but it'll be great to see more. It's always cool to note how white they are up here. As I was saying earlier, this being an ancient lake and the calcium deposits that are around in the substrate, that is what they put them on themselves as their sunscreen up here, and it does make them that characteristic white.
Are you interested in our behind the scenes, our catch-ups, base moments, and all in betweens? Sign up on our website and you will unlock our inside scoop content sent to your inbox. Yes, ladies and gents, there's more to unearth. There's extra content from us at Wild Earth. Become an explorer. It's just simply better. Besides, don't you know? It's all in the newsletter.
So the action never stops here this morning. We've got more zebra, some oryx, and a couple of wildebeest coming through, along with this decent herd of springbuck. Actually, the biggest herd we've had so far this morning. It's nice to see how relaxed everyone is. So clearly there isn't anything of danger or worry in the area. And everyone seems to be quite placated in the fact that they can just enjoy a quiet drink and get on with their day. Giraffe also seems to be pushing quite nicely back into the distance there. It's always interesting just to see the scale of how tall they are, obviously being up to about 5 meters. And having your eyes set that high, you do have quite a good vantage point. From what I can hear, it seems to be that there's quite a number of insects around as well, possibly bees, and obviously this being a decent water source around, the bees will flock here, and you'll probably find them more on the shoreline, obviously, getting their fix as well. Obviously, we can't see that. We are a bit of a distance away, and to pan that far in, I don't think we would have any luck in finding them, but it does sound like there's quite a number of insects around as well. So that should also add to the different variety of birds that we could see. If something does come through and is of interest, we will then just have a little chat about that. There was a lovely Cory bustard earlier, but again we'll just have to wait and see what the world has planned for us this morning. Morning, Amanda. And that's a very interesting question. Which animals are allergic to bees? Well, I wouldn't say necessarily allergic, but if you were to get stung by a number or a swarm of bees, there is obviously things like anaphylactic shock and obviously the poison that does go through to you. So it depends on how many obviously would sting an animal, but there are safety measures that are in place. So some farmers actually use and it has been tested up in East Africa at least with regards to beehives and elephants, and using bees as a deterrent for elephants. Elephants can't stand swarms of bees. Obviously, if they get stung in between those folds, it's obviously highly irritating. But most animals, I think, as a precautionary thing, would avoid a swarm of bees. Much the same as you would. It's very unpleasant when you do get caught in some of them, and I have had the unfortunate happenings of where we have driven through or into a hive by mistake while tracking something and then been inundated with bees everywhere, and you really do feel the pain after that. I obviously get very angry when you do mess with them. But I wouldn't say, again, as you asked, I wouldn't say any animal is necessarily allergic. However, they are susceptible to huge swarms stinging them, and obviously the complications that then happen after that. But you will find also in very dry areas that bees will come and seek moisture on animals. So that could be around their snouts, around their mouths. So they will try and pick up whatever moisture they can. Obviously, animals don't necessarily perspire. They do regulate themselves very well, but around, moisture sources, so such as the snouts and that, and I've seen it on sleeping lions as well, where bees will come for moisture, as well as on humans as well. When we sweat and we're in the bush, they will come to you as well and land on you, specifically in areas with lots of mopani. So that would be an area like Mashatu. There are little bees there called Mashatu bees, and they actually nest within the mopani in those areas. So, I suppose you kind of you're opportunistic when you're in the bush, and you take what you can get. Hopefully that does answer your question, though. Oryx have come deep in terms of their wading and antics this morning again. And this is the second bunch that we've seen come to about the middle of the dam. It does seem like we have more and more coming through this morning, but we are going to leave these guys and just see what else. I will keep a tab on for you guys, but we are going to link up with Trishala and the animals that are enjoying the sun down there.
Why, yes, thank you, Alex. I am enjoying the sun very much, but so is this monitor lizard. So this is a rock monitor who is just the expression on its face is one of regret, I think. It makes me think that maybe the meal that it had this morning, or perhaps whatever it was up to last night, has left it feeling a little under the weather this morning, and it just needs to chill in the warmest spot possible. And you can see that it's on a bit of a I was about to say a wall. I suppose it is a wall. It's some sort of man-made structure, but there's brick and plaster on it. Or at least at some point it was used for something or the other. It's very small, and on the one section of it is our rock monitor. That's a perfect place to lie on. There's no cover around, so the sun will be directly onto its skin, and plus it's nice and warm on the belly too. Ronald, do you think looks like it has had a long week? Definitely a long week. Oh yes, it's Friday today. This is definitely I think this is self-care Friday for this rock monitor. What's up, BK? I know we don't. When BK just said, I didn't realize it's Friday. And that's because when we get out here in the bush, it all seems to kind of melt into one day. And also because the days don't really mean anything to us here. But yes, it is Friday. If you Oh, hang on guys, I have to respond here. Standing by.
Just confirm, are you in love with Ngonis?
Negative, though I am making my way.
Copy, can I join you?
Afam, just approaching God's window. I think that's the end of that. Sorry about that, guys. It's just that when we're on the radio, it's really important that we do respond, particularly in a new area. Don't you think it makes us sound cool too? I think so. Anyway, this rock monitor is probably was feeling a bit cool earlier too, and that's why it's warming up. But we'll chat a little bit about some of the features that make it a rock monitor in a bit, and I'm going to see if I can help this vehicle come through. My director just told me that the radio sounds very cool and I sound very important because people are always looking for us. Yeah. I suppose it's nice to sound that way, but the most important things around here are these animals. And so we were going to discuss some of the features that tell me that it's a rock monitor. It can be a bit difficult. There we get both the rock monitor and the water monitor here in South Africa. And they look very similar, especially when they're young. So this is, moving its leg. So this rock monitor is quite patterned, and you maybe from far may confuse it with a water monitor, but a water monitor that's this size would be much more vividly colored. So water monitors are the largest monitors that we get in Africa, whereas the rock monitor is shorter, which is the one we have here, but is heavier. But the most identifying features, there's two things. One is where they are. A water monitor, you're going to see it around water and in water. Rock monitor, you're going to see it in the bush, on trees, in tree holes, on rocks, or on man-made objects like this. But if you look at the nose, the snout, you can see it's got this box-shaped snout. And that's something specific to a rock monitor, as opposed to a water monitor. Anyway, I'm going to move aside just so I can make way for the other vehicle that's, I think, behind us. BK, is there a vehicle behind us? I think so. Okay, let us just move forward. Sorry, BK. We can return to the water monitor in a moment. Let the other vehicle pass first. So I've just pulled off here so that the other vehicle can pass, but we're going to just show you that area there, which is very rocky and cave-like, and so that's where we're heading to next. But I just need to chat to the vehicle behind me. Hope. Have they stopped?
Yeah.
The vehicle that's behind my station, Wild Earth Station, you're welcome to pass. Cool.
Thank you. I'm interested in mafasing Gonyamas.
Okay. Okay, so I'll let them pass me and probably going to chat to them to see what sighting is around the corner, but we're going to send you over to Alex. I think he's moved on to the Moshato cam now.
Many thanks, Shashala. We do have a lovely bull, Ellie, that has decided to come join us here in Moshato this morning. And he is right there by, I suppose it is the borehole pump that's there that pumps all the fresh water in. And elephants notably are always going to try and take the freshest water they can. They obviously, if they are pushed to, they would have to take dirtier water if possible, but they are obviously known to dig and to actually find fresh water in dry riverbeds as well. But in an instance like this, where the water is coming out, that's exactly where that elephant would like to drink from. He's been quite chilled as well. As you can see, he's actually giving us a little bit of a curtsy, it seems, crossing his legs like that. And it's going to be interesting to see if he actually starts to spray himself with some water just now as well. They do play a little bit further down here on the left, that's where they actually wallow. I'm going to just try and take us out a little bit and just see there maybe is another one that's decided to join us here as well. But he seems very relaxed, possibly even having a little sleep. Morning, Angela. Yes, you're very correct. The day has officially started now that we have Drinking Elephant in Mshatu. As I did mention, there was another bull up in Natasha earlier at Ukukuja. However, they all pushed off. This guy seems to just be rousing himself up from a little bit of a siesta. They do sometimes sleep standing up. You can see elephants sleeping as well on their sides. But that would be, I suppose, more of a rare occurrence, but they do sleep standing up as well. And he looks to have been resting right there. Sometimes you see them actually leaning against trees when they are deciding to rest. Quite interesting that he's not in the shade to do that, but definitely looked like he'd powered down for a few seconds there. I think he might be tempted to come and have a drink again now. It does look like he's considering it. We'll just give him a second and wait and see. Very relaxed this morning. I'm just going to scroll out a little bit. I just want to see if there might be someone else here on the left-hand side. Just waiting to see. Otherwise, he looks very content. Probably going to be here for a little bit longer. I don't think he's going to be pushing off anytime soon. I do think as the day does get hotter, there will be higher numbers of elephant down this side. They generally do love to play during the middle of the day in the water, so I'm hoping we can show you guys some of that. But that remains to be unseen at the moment. I'm just having a look here where the little wallow that I have seen them wallowing in the past. So please excuse me quick while I do have a look. Egyptian geese also seem to be quite relaxed as well. No ellies have pushed them around this morning, so he seems quite chilled. Nothing else seems to be in his area. If there was, he might be a bit of a bully, but you never know. Sometimes you get a very relaxed elephant. Sometimes they're just thirsty and the waterhole is theirs. The hierarchy of a waterhole, elephants are obviously king with regards to that. We'll come back to him now. I just want to have a check and see if there is anything on the side. Doesn't look like it just yet. Also, an interesting characteristic of elephant up in Mshatu is that they do have shorter and smaller tusks, and there are a few chains of thought or schools of thought with regards to why that is. Just going to get up again here. Some of it is to obviously do with nutrition that might be around, so being a lack of nutrition in the vegetation that's around, and some of it also having to do with illegal hunting and hunting pressure, poaching in the past as well, having impacted certain elephant, those that obviously had bigger tusks, and maybe impacting evolutionary traits where they have wanted to scale back down. So there are areas actually in the world where that is a thing, and there are elephants actually in Sri Lanka that don't grow tusks at all. And that is purely because of those reasons I've just mentioned now. So that would be hunting and poaching, and that having happened over centuries and millennia, that has led to those elephants not deeming themselves necessary for trunks. But obviously that's a very different type of elephant that's in Sri Lanka. That is the Asiatic or Sri Lankan elephant. And there are a couple of differences that are noted between the two. So the African savanna elephant that we're looking at right now is definitely bigger than those ones as well. I'm going to try and zoom in a little bit more, and let's just watch him for a few more seconds. Seems to be like a very, very relaxed little boy today. Interesting that he's by himself. I would have thought that there might have been one or two other friends of his around. They possibly are around though. We just can't see them. Also quite interesting to note the difference in the substrate and the habitat that we're in now as opposed to Etosha, with the white and calcified and I suppose old remnants of the lake that is up there, as opposed to here where this is more of a basaltic soil substrate, and that also gives off the classic red that is around here. Lots of iron in the soil as well. That is also why it is quite red, and very fine, this dust as well. So you'll definitely know if you've been driving around in Mshatha ever before, you will definitely be caked in a fine red dust after that, specifically if you're on the back of a vehicle. Hi Jonathan, I haven't just yet, but while you're on, we can have a look for Mr. Crocodile right now. He normally is here on the right hand side, so I will pan across and we can have a look and see if he's in his favorite resting space. I'd assume he's probably also getting a bit hungry. I know he did have a meal the other day, and that carcass was in the water, but you never know. I suppose that he will set a trap at some point, and some unfortunate being will be the one that he locks onto. But that could also be fish. They are noted to eat quite a bit of fish. Their diet doesn't only consist of mammals or anything else that's come to drink. They will eat a lot of fish as well, and I assume there'd be a number of catfish and of decent size as well in here that he might be interested in as well, and he might have snacked on as well in the interim. Can't seem to see him just yet. I'm going to scroll down. Sometimes he does rest underneath the camera, so we might be a bit unlucky today. Or at least for now, but if I do see him, I will mention it. Can't seem to see him under the brush there, but he could actually also be under one of the overhangs as well. It might be quite a hot day. So we'll wait and see, but it doesn't seem that he's around. Hi JP, yes, I've been very fortunate in my life to see a number of lions, and that in various different parks as well. And in Mshatha, yes, there are lions. And what is interesting is that, obviously with the habitat, like I was talking about earlier, there is a bit of thorn and brush here as well. So sometimes their manes actually do kind of almost, I suppose it's like a haircut, that kind of pulling around on them. But there are some very big lions here as well. And if you were to know this, I don't think many people do know this, but Mshatha in the Tuli block forms a game corridor with Mapungubwe, which is in South Africa, a national park as well, and obviously goes into Zimbabwe too. But in South Africa, just outside of Mapungubwe, is South Africa's last free roaming pride of lions outside of a reserve. So if anyone is aware of that, please do keep your eye out for them. Please don't allow anyone to shoot or hunt them. They do form part of the genetic balance and code within this area as well, and it does help to regulate the amount of genetic diversity we do have in these reserves too. So if anyone does know of anyone that might be interested in, please do keep your eyes and ears peeled. Please don't let anyone go near those free roaming lions. The last left in Southern Africa, or South Africa at least, outside of a reserve. But JP, in central Mshatha, that is probably where we would see the most lion. I'm yet to see lion here at this river, or at this dam. I'm trying to figure out exactly where it is on the reserve too, so I can have a better lay of the land and I can speak more about that. However, in central Mshatha, there are a very decent amount and a nice big pride, as well as on the eastern side as well, and there's some big males there too. So if Mshatha is on your bucket list, I would definitely suggest come and see the lions this side as well as the leopard and cheetah too. Our Ellie seems to be quite chill. He hasn't decided to move off just yet. I think just resting. Looks like he's actually just taking it easy. No one else to bother him here. And I assume actually having a sleep, like I was saying earlier. I think he did have a sleep at some point. Let's zoom in a little further. There were some warthog earlier waddling just behind him, but they seem to have also run off. Here we go, actually jokes, here we go. Here comes some warthog as well. Coming to join on that wallow on that side. So the warthog seem to favour where, just behind where the elephant is now. Obviously his big grey shape is blocking them. They're drinking there, but the warthog seem to be favouring there, and the elephants seem to favour more to the left of us, in terms of that's where they like to wallow. But I suppose that does change on a day. Hi Pamela. I suppose when you're an elephant, there isn't really too much that would danger you, or endanger you. And I suppose he's feeling quite relaxed. So, you know, if you are possibly the heaviest animal in the savannah or in an area, he looks to be a little bit small at the moment. But, you know, you would be quite relaxed. So it wouldn't exactly affect you whether you decided to sleep next to a dam. Right now, it looks like he has kind of got out of his slum and he is going to be coming for that fresh water. Interesting, though, that he was more in the sun and not in the shade, I suppose. But yeah, up to them. I mean, elephants, they will knock off maybe for 5 minutes here or there at a time, sometimes up to 15, and then continue on their day. They do have to eat quite a bit, and that's obviously also got to do with their digestive systems not being able to refine too much and being quite, I suppose, rudimentary, for want of a better word, in terms of how their digestive systems work. So it's good, I suppose, when there is nothing else going on, take a little break and then get on with your day from there. But looks like he's tucking into the nice fresh stuff right there. And probably will find that he might push off after this. It's always fascinating when you're sitting at waterholes and watching around what different feeding parties, or I suppose bird feeding parties that come through. There's always meaves styling around here, and we can hear quite a lot of them, as well as the doves. But I'm hoping that at some point we might even get some mare's parrots. There are quite a few in Mashatu. They're always interesting and fun to see as well, but it might not be the area right here, just because I can't really see too many baobabs around here, but they are definitely in the area. And we might hear some fly over at some point. But it's great to hear the different meave stylings, as well as the different doves that are around here as well. Possibly a bird of prey at some point too, with the amount of food that is around. But quite hard for us to see. I will keep an eye and ear out for anything that I do hear for you guys. Can hear the Ellie drinking from the spring there. One of my favorite things, at least, is if I am sleeping in the bush, is to hear elephants at night. Their stomach grumbles and that. I do remember when we were training and we were in tents here in Mashatu, we were on a bull elephant path, and they used to come into camp at night and rub their stomachs across your tent, and you would hear them grumbling and eating at the same time. And it's actually very relaxing, or at least for myself, I find it relaxing. Some others might find it not so relaxing, but they definitely aren't there or trying to be boisterous at that time. They're purely in your space, and they know about it, and they just go about their business then as well. But it's a fascinating and really cool thing to listen to in the middle of the night, is to hear an elephant's stomach grumbling. great to see that we're back again with the giraffe, and he has snuck through here. We didn't hear him. And I was mentioning earlier about the two different subspecies of giraffe that are present in southern Africa, the one in Etosha being the Angolan version, and here being the southern or Cape. So it's great to see that we've had two different types this morning. And this guy seems to be quite relaxed. I don't know if he's going to have a drink. It doesn't seem like he's more content on eating, but he's nice and close. Well, she's nice and close. I can't see just yet, just through the bush. I'm definitely going to stay on here because this is actually really great that it is right here for us. And we might actually get some cool content with regards to it feeding in its tongue. Be nice and blue and velvety. But here we go. Oh no. Not exactly quite photo shy, I suppose, or video shy this morning. I suppose you'd also be if you were deciding just to eat too. Gonna see how long it might take to come through. Hoping, yes, there we go. Just to see how much we can view. This is actually very cool. Seems our giraffe has decided to leave us. Very nice to see us right up and close with us. I just want to go have a look and see if our Ellie is still with us. Otherwise we might decide to go and see the action up in Etosha. Now Ellie seems to have no interest in moving this morning. The water got also still there. Have a look and see here. But it's also, again, it's great to just spend time, you know, obviously with these animals not knowing that we're around here and just watching them in their natural habitat doing their natural thing. Such is the life of an Ellie though. When you decide you don't have to do anything, you can literally just do that. Not do anything. Just ask her. Hi Deborah, yes, very, very relaxed. It's fantastic just to see her. Check how he's also curtsying or crossing his back leg. It seems to be a very, very chill day for him. He was probably out feeding most of the evening and, you know, just hanging around the water right now seems to be the best thing for him. Maybe we will get lucky and he might venture in or even just start to spray himself. But he does seem to be very, very chilled this morning. There isn't anything else really around. There haven't been any other Ellies deciding to come through yet. If they are, there might then actually be some interaction that might take place, but we'll yet to see that. He also seems to be quite relaxed with having the warthog wallowing right next to him as well. So he seems to be in a very good mood today, which is a nice thing. Sometimes they can be quite temperamental. So it's nice just to see one that's actually just relaxing. You can see also by the way he's holding his trunk, just quite chilled, ears moving very slowly, and obviously crossing the back legs. So a very relaxed elephant indeed. Hi Jerry, yes of course he would definitely wallow being by himself. They do like to play with others as well when they are in the water, but definitely I have seen many elephant by themselves wallowing, and it generally is the bulls because they would be by themselves, so the bigger bulls definitely. He might just not be hot enough at the moment. He just seems to be quite content just standing around, having the odd drink of water, playing with the sand, sniffing about. But yes, he definitely would wallow by himself. It's not every day that you just see them just relaxing like this, or Ellie's at least. So he is definitely just taking it very easy. Again, just resting his back leg. I'm wondering why that is. Maybe there's an issue that he's got, but maybe it's just a character trait that he has as well. He does seem to be perking up a little bit too, though. Let's see if anything else might have come and joined us again on the right. You never know. Sometimes when we zoomed in like this, we miss others that might have come through. But as I said, he's not too boisterous at the moment either, so it's not exactly going to keep anything back should they want to come through. Hi Victoria, yes there are a lot of birds calling, and the majority of them that are calling are the Meave starlings. They are doves as well. There we go, one actually just threw past. And I think I heard some pied babblers earlier, but they seem to have stopped. Also, a lot of them will be in foraging parties as well, so some might come through and then leave. I'm sure there might even be the odd little firefinch, maybe even a little pytilia that's around as well. But those little birds will be very hard to see off this camera right now. But definitely the Meave starlings are the ones that are making the most racket right now, if you want to call it that. There are obviously also quelea in that area. And quelea, interesting fact about them, is they're the most numerous bird species in the world. And I've actually seen them nesting and congregating here in their millions. There's areas here that within the croton or the fever berries where they roost at different times in the year, and it's actually fascinating to see the swarms as they form like different shapes and sizes throughout, and it's all synchronized as well. So when they decide to come into roost or when they are feeding around, you do notice these massive swarms of quelea, and it really is a bucket list item for anyone that is a twitcher or a bird man or woman. And you're interested in that, it is something that you have to see once in your life at least, big swarms of quelea. There were also some guinea fowl around as well earlier, but they seem to not hung around. Sometimes we do get ostrich as well. And there was Cory bustard apparently the other day here. We did have a Cory bustard earlier in Etosha. And obviously we are in Botswana, so that would have been, we would have seen the national bird of Botswana had it decided to come down here into Mashatu. It looks like there's a giraffe coming through in the background that I can see. A little journey of them, or tower. They are in the background there. Hopefully they will come through. Hopefully they won't be too spooked by the elephant. I'm trying to see if the crocodile has decided to show himself yet today. Hi Aaron, my bird list does look quite interesting, I suppose. I do try and keep my lists to different areas, and obviously, you know, that is affected by when you are there or the times of the year. So, you know, now we're coming into the fact that there are migrating birds coming back into our areas, so the chance of you increasing your bird numbers is very high. But my bird nest probably looks at around 400, I think. I need to double check that. There are a few that I haven't gone through, and I did update my app the other day, so I haven't done a full tally just yet for you, but it does, well, I suppose it does depend also on areas. I try and generally keep my list to different areas that I am in or have been in, and then work from there and then create a full tally as well. So I think I'm probably be a bit low on the Paleo, Arctic and seabird front, but definitely within the bushveld it is very high. I'm just trying to see if anything might pop out through this little thicket over here. Doesn't seem to be much, but it did seem that there was some giraffe coming down to join us at the waterhole as well. So we'll wait and see if they do come and join us. It looks like we are getting a bit busier today as well. So long may that last. I'm hoping that we get some decent numbers of elephant at some point, and possibly them playing too. Maybe we will get lucky and something else exciting might come through as well. Did see a hyena in here the other day, but that was in the evening. And I suppose with it getting to kind of close to the heat of the day, we are probably going to lack on numbers in terms of maybe the cheetah in the area or anything like that. But you never know. Stranger things have happened, and we can only hope that something interesting like that does come through. There were some terrapins around as well. I'm trying to see if any of them might have decided to come out and bask. But without the croc either, it seems to be that I have a feeling he's probably underneath here, to be honest. But I haven't seen him move, so I can't be sure. Well, it doesn't seem like we're having much luck here in this little thicket. There was a little black-spithed lapwing that did just come through. However, I'm trying to just scroll down a little bit more and see if the croc has shown himself. Otherwise, we will come back to Ellie and see if the giraffe have decided to join us as well. There look to be quite a few of them. It'll be interesting to see a journey of giraffe drinking at the waterhole as well. We might need to move at some point, I think, as well. Show you guys something different. Does seem to be that the action up in Etosha has not let off. And that seems to be where the party is today. So thinking we will go and head across over there and show you guys what is going on in Ukuyo. Great, so we're back here in Etosha, and as you can see, everyone has been through so far this morning. We do have a healthy herd of springbok and oryx here at the moment, as well as the zebra. It's lovely to see large numbers of springbok like this. I'm thoroughly enjoying actually just watching how they behave, going this deep in, and actually not being too perturbed by the oryx either. As we were talking about earlier, there is obviously waterhole hierarchy, and the springbok are the bottom of the pecking order currently. But these oryx seem to be quite relaxed with them there, as well as the zebra too. It looks like there's some wildebeest in the background as well, and they also seem to be wanting to come through at some point. We're just going to sit and watch here and just wait and see what actually goes on with the dynamics around this waterhole. It is fascinating to watch just how everything does interact with each other. I suppose on average this morning we've had roughly 3 species at a given time on the water. So it's great just to see how many animals there are in the area, and obviously this is one of the few water sources that are around, so this would be a congregation point for many of them. And obviously within the different species themselves, this is probably where they do their catch-ups to some degree as well. I would assume more so the elephants, but you know, a lot of unexplained things that do happen in wild areas, so different parties of zebra might know each other, and they might also, you know, have the odd word that they need to say. As well as the oryx as well. But fascinating to see. The oryx seems to be the most, I suppose, interested in getting into the water. They kind of push straight through. I suppose it is very cooling. Hi, Megan. I think if an elephant or a herd of elephant were to show up now, you would probably see everything else decide to move off. They probably would get pushed off. Ellies would definitely make sure that their presence was known, but it depends. I mean, we could have a very relaxed or placid bull come through, and he might be quite chilled and just allowing everyone else to drink and to do their thing as well. But you would probably see everything else get pushed aside, and the Ellies would have would have their time, and then everything else would start to come back in, or possibly start to drink on an opposite side of the dam itself. More and more zebra coming through. Been huge numbers of them coming through this morning. And it's obviously quite a distance away, I think, from any grazing that they might be doing as well. So it might have traveled quite a far distance too. Definitely does pay homage to the name or the collective name of zebra, a dazzle of zebra when you see them come through like this and in a big herd. Zoom in. So there's a bit of a dazzle that is going on over there with the different stripes. Also with this landscape, how camouflaged they seem to be as well, with the white background as well as their black stripes. But it has been noted that with predators, hi Marcel, so if it were ever to dry up, the waterhole itself, it would probably be now towards winter, or winter until now, because that is the dry season, and summer is actually the wet season. So that would be when we would receive rain, and that would be when it would actually fill up. But to my understanding, this is a pumped waterhole, so I don't think there will be any need for it to dry up or any chance of it drying up, just because it is obviously being pumped and the water is obviously then quite fresh. So the animals will enjoy that as well. But obviously if a pump broke down, that might lead to some drop in the level, but definitely not in summer, because that would be the rainy season. So that would be when larger amounts of water would fall and the pond would actually fill up, if anything, or the dam. It's amazing that around water, once they are drinking, at least these zebra are very relaxed. Not necessarily getting boisterous with each other, biting or kicking, but I mean, I was listening to them braying earlier, so I think as we move away from here, and as they are, getting overheated or hot or bothered, that might lead to some tempers flaring. Hi, Roger. Yes, definitely. I think if you had walked that far to get some nice fresh water, you'd also be elated. But as I said, they seem to be very, very relaxed at the moment, and that also is an indication that there aren't any predators around. But obviously, filling themselves up on lovely water, nice and fresh water at least, and taking it easy, getting some respite. It's not the easiest life to live as a prey item on the savannah or in the bush. So, any chance you can get to have some relax, some rest, you would definitely take it. Hi Janet, that's a very good question. Do animals ever get rocks stuck in their hooves? And I would think that obviously depends on the substrate that the animal was in and how coarse or fine those rocks might be. As I was mentioning earlier around Eland, when they do walk, their hooves actually click. So I would think that they wouldn't have had too much of an issue, but I wouldn't put it past rocks getting stuck in hooves. I mean, rocks get stuck in shoes, so we can assume that to some degree or at some point a rock has got stuck in someone's hoof somewhere along the line. But again, I'm sure there are ways and means that they would find to get those rocks out if there was something that was bothering them. Seems that the Zeb have had their drink and they are starting to push off, and it'll be interesting to see what else decides is going to come and take over. But it looks like the Springbok are well and truly cemented into the area right now and into the pond, as well as that Oryx that is right in the center. I'm sure that that's probably the best place to be. If I was an Oryx, I would want to be in the center of the dam right now too. Just want to zoom out a little bit and see if there's anything else on the left that might be interesting. We are holding out for some elephant up here, but beggars can't be choosers. We will just have to wait and see. So it's interesting, we could just hear the zebra braying in the background. Obviously with the numbers that we've seen today, I'm sure that might continue. looks to me that they're kind of hanging around the peripheries, just towards the left and right in front of us. But I'm assuming there will probably be some more that come through at some point. What was interesting is, in terms of the plain zebra, these are actually the Damara. And what zebra we would see in Mashatu as well as Djuma would be the same. And the zebra that we would find in Amakhala and in Kariga will be the Birchall zebra, which is quite interesting because these plain zebra, or the Damara at least up here, don't seem to have that faint brown line or stripe that the ones in the Lowveld have, as well as in Mashatu. And that's just something obviously area specific as well, but something to note. So if I do find some later or at some point, I will definitely show you this as well. I just want to have a look and listen. Can't hear what I think of crows. I just want to double check that I am correct. I want to give you guys a false information there. I did see pied crows earlier, and I did think I saw a raven at some point as well, but it's tough to find out. Just being with this amount of, I suppose, focal length on some of them. Another kudu bull coming through in the background as well. It seems with the amount of action here on the waterhole that we've had so far today, the grebes seem to have been quite quiet as well. So they were around earlier. I think they've kind of pushed off to the middle and trying to hang away from where it's so busy, but it seems to be busy everywhere at the moment. I'm sure they're not enjoying this, but what can you do when everyone else is thirsty? Hi, Bruce. So Springbok will basically snort and give off an alarm, so almost like a chuffing. So they will snort at anything that is a danger to them. It's quite a short little, I suppose, almost like a grunt. But then also with that, they will stock and pronk. So it's a characteristic that is noted in Springbok where, if that is the case, if a predator is seen, they will show their agility and athleticism. And that's also where the characteristic, I suppose it's almost like the back fur that stands up on the Springbok, that is shown as well during that pronking. And that is the difference that separates them from true gazelle, being Thompson's and the others. And actually Springbok are smaller, so they're noted to be the smaller subspecies of gazelle. Very closely related to gazelle, but not exactly gazelle themselves. And that is because of that reason. So when they do stock and pronk, that is also just to show again to the predators that, listen, I'm in peak condition and you are not going to be catching me. And what's noted is that a Springbok can actually run at speeds at around 88 kilometers per hour. So obviously a cheetah would be able to catch one in the short term, so in a very short distance, as well as wild dog being able to run them down in longer distances. That being a characteristic of the way wild dogs hunt, they actually use endurance as their key feature. And I do want to zoom in onto this bull kudu because he looks rather fantastic and he's just having a nice little drink there. Everything else is milling around. But one thing I have noticed is the kudu that have come down today, they've been pretty big. Those horns have been of decent size. And this guy looks to be on his 4th turn as well. A very nice kudu bull. So we do have Cape crows there on the left hand side of him. You can hear them as well. They make quite an interesting sound, but it is very crow-like as well. The lapwings seem to be going off as well, so they have also had enough of everyone milling around them. But the crows also seem thirsty, as well as all the springbok this morning as well. Alrighty, so I think we're going to have a look and see what else is around. See if we can't add to our list of the morning so far. It's lovely seeing there's all these springbok and this kudu now, as well as the oryx and the zebra. But we're going to have a look and see what's actually at Mashatu, and then maybe go through somewhere else from there. So Ellie Bull is still here. He doesn't seem to be wanting to move anywhere. Why would he? That, and you can obviously hear the amount of birds in the background. Can't necessarily see them. I think they might just be behind us. But that mostly is the starlings that are around there. Just want to see if we can't have a look and scan. The giraffe did come down, but we were obviously with others. I think the warthog have also pushed off currently, but he is spraying himself. So he clearly got hot enough to standing in that sun, and I can guarantee you that sun is boiling. The Mashatu is not cold at all. It can get very hot there. Noted of at least 48 to 52 degrees at some points when I've been there. So I can guarantee you he is enjoying it. But yeah, I just want to see if he sprays himself. But it does seem that Lauren has found something fantastic up in Madikwe, or down in Madikwe from us. So we're going to head across over to her and let her show and guide you through what it is that she's found.
Good afternoon, everyone. A big, warm, very warm welcome from Madikwe Game Reserve. I'm just going to introduce myself. You don't need to see me just yet. Don't worry. I'll just say hello. My name is Lauren. Davi is behind the camera, but we just want you to see this spectacular scene at Jamala Dam. We didn't know they were here. We've just arrived to see the elephants, and I kid you not, we have wild dogs, giraffe, kudu, and elephants all in the one frame with puppies. This is a puppy you're looking at, everyone. Hello, pupper. You look hot. Now they're slowly approaching the dam, which is interesting because there are a lot of elephants here. This is going to get pretty intense. So I think let's just keep watching these dogs. I just put my sunglasses on. I didn't realize Davi was going to come to me, but hello, my name is Lauren, and Davi, that's his thumb. I'm going to put my sunglasses back on because, well, it's incredibly hot. Sorry, bright. Heat doesn't affect your eyes. Bright. So this is a situation at the dam. That is a lot of elephants, and the dogs are thirsty. Beverly, I know. We just arrived. We had a little bit of issue with load shedding here, which is fine. We just arrived to watch the elephants. And I hear Dobby say, dogs, dogs, dogs. We knew the dogs were in the area. This is not the Bates pack. This is a smaller pack. And they have puppies. So they're not tiny, tiny puppies, obviously. They're not sort of denning with the puppies. But they are much smaller. And you can sort of tell when you look at them, the ones that are younger. This is the Nkloti pack. Nqolothi. I think that's how you pronounce it. And along with the Bates, these are the main packs on Madikwe. Elephants might react, they might not, I'm not sure. Jamala Dam has just never been short of action, really. Anytime we come here in the midday heat, there is always action. Look at this. Dogs are thirsty. Dogs are not scared of elephants per se, but they know that they will react. The elephants will just react. That's what they do. And I see that Ellie with the floppy ears. It's the same herd. This is amazing. Elephants are sensitive. They don't like the smell of predators. They don't like to know that there are predators in their presence, be it lions, leopards, hyenas, dogs. They don't like it. Or they couldn't care less. That's clearly what is happening right now. There's a giraffe incoming too. This is just, I have no words for what is happening right now. Natalie, my heart is racing. I didn't expect it. We just came down really because this dam is fantastic for elephants. And then dogs, giraffe, puppies. So this is the other pack. This is the first time for me and you guys meeting this pack. The elephants have realized they're there, I think, Dobby. Look at that. Are they eating something? Something small. What could they possibly have found? Yep, elephants are reacting. Oh, look at this. Taking my sunglasses off for this one. Ooh, they're not happy. That's a wall. That is a wall of elephants. That's the correct collective noun for what is happening right now. The only thing is they're going to chase the dogs away. And the poor giraffes, what's happening? I just came for a drink. Oh, the elephants are really going in now. There's a floppy-eared one right there, sort of in the middle with a damp shoulder. I really recognize that one from yesterday. I'm sure it's the same herd. Bobby! Yes, definitely is the best sighting so far. Only teasing, I don't know what the other sightings have been, but really this is, I guess, always expect the unexpected. Darby and I have sort of been bumbling around trying to figure out Madikwe, trying to learn the lay of the land, the animals. It's hard when you are not familiar with the territories and the movements and the patterns. And boom, this is a busy waterhole. I knew the elephants would react. The drama of the bush. Hopefully the dogs are going to stay here. It's hot. It is 11:30 in the morning. And hopefully they hunted this morning, which means their wee bellies will be quite full. And they're just going to take a patch of shade like they're doing and go to sleep. But now we have angry elephants. So that might ruin the plan. In Jamala Dam is actually a private concession. They're just very kind to invite Wild Earth here. So we're very lucky that we get to see all of this because we normally wouldn't. So we won't be able to off-road or follow them or anything like that. But at least we got to see them. You know, if they go flat, they may even come back at sunset time. Mpo, I know, what a standoff. Dogs and elephants. I don't really think the dogs bothered that much, to be honest. But the elephants are very protective of their young, their herd. And don't forget the token giraffe. I saw some kudu on the horizon earlier as well. I don't know where they are now, but they were trying to come down, but they obviously thought, things look a bit tense down there. And the elephants are still not relaxing. Dogs are not far enough away, but they are moving off, I'm afraid. Everyone was looking for them this morning on Drive. Yep. Just find some shade, doggos, and settle down. You're still not relaxing. Duffy, I just want you to take a look at this giraffe. If that's possible, and look at his chest. He's got that virus, I'm afraid. I've seen quite a few giraffes with this now. You see it? Shame, this is quite common. It does seem to have spread through the giraffes here. papillomavirus. Pretty much giraffe herpes, to be honest. But he still looks great in fine physical condition. Look at that body. The action seems to have calmed down. The giraffe is just perplexed. Charlotte, exactly. The giraffe is confused. I also feel that. Those big warts are very prominent on his chest. Ugh, what a shame. But he definitely does. Oh, look, we've got even more incomers now, Davi. You see the kudu? The kudu are just thinking, is it safe? Is the drama over? I think it's safe to say Jamala Dam is pumping. I think it's safe. Oh, another mighty fine specimen. I don't know where to look, to be honest. The kudus are not... I saw them on the periphery earlier. They've been here a while. They just didn't come down. Some packs of dogs are known to go for kudu. It is normally impala, but if the pack is strong enough, could definitely take down a kudu. And they're not hunting right now. They've moved off, but that is, of course, why the kudu were nervous. I think we need a leopard to rock up now. Maybe some buffalo. The elephants are still standing there. The wall is not so concrete anymore, but they're still standing there. That's amazing. Little Plant. I hope I got that name right. I would also not want to be in front of a wall of elephants. Elephants. Everybody loves elephants, you know, Dumbo and... Oh, they're so intelligent and they're so emotional, and they are, and they're wonderful. But really, if elephants are not happy, they are not happy, and you will know about it. And one angry elephant is something, but you're right, Little Plant. A wall of elephants... And that's what they created there. And I don't know if you noticed, but they tucked their young, because there are some youngsters here, into the sort of middle of that wall, if you like. The adults took charge to chase away the dogs. And of course the dogs were not going to do anything to the elephants, but they chased them away. They don't like them. I'm hoping they'll go back and continue their pool party though. I don't think we've actually come to this dam and never seen something. No, we're dust bathing now, so we must be beginning to relax. Because there are so many elephants on Madikwe, I do wonder if they stick to their sort of same areas. So maybe they don't roam as far to avoid conflict with other elephants. I'm not sure. Ah, that was lucky, especially for the last day of September, everyone. Tomorrow is going to be the start of a great month. It's for the balanced and stubborn people like myself. But of course, with that comes a time change, everyone. So just make note of it. We will be changing the times of the drive. So the sunrise safari will start 30 minutes earlier at 5:30. Oh my goodness, a zebra are coming. I can't believe this. I don't know if we'll get a view of them right now, but they're coming. So the sunrise safari will start 30 minutes earlier at 5:30 Central African time. And Penguin Beach will start 1 hour later at 2:30 Central African time. And then, of course, the sunset safari will follow straight after at 3:30 Central African time. So make note of that, people. In your head, in your diary, in your phone. I don't think anyone writes on their hands anymore, do they? I did as a kid. I was always writing things on my hand. Especially when you're trying to cheat in the exams. Zebras, you're a bit late to the party, but that's okay because you're dancing. Was that the zebra water walk? I'm not sure. Wow, you know what's so fascinating about this is the interspecific interactions that are happening. There's lots of interactions happening between the elephants and between the zebras, but oh, there's more elephants coming. I can't believe that. You see that, Dobby? 12 o'clock. There they are, yeah. Wow. And it's always fascinating to see how these animals navigate around one another within their landscape, within their umveld, their environment. They're all different. They'll all see things differently, smell things differently, hear things differently. And yet they're all navigating around one another. Survival at its finest. The giraffe is finally thinking, I've had enough. This waterhole is too busy. The kudu are also back. I often feel sorry for the other animals, as the elephants do dirty the water. They do put their whole bodies in. They also defecate in it. And these poor other animals have to drink it. Another interaction about to happen, but this one intraspecific. The two herds. Are they familiar with one another? Are they not? I think not. There are more elephants streaming down, Dove. I don't know if it's just the stragglers or additional elephants. It could just be the stragglers to that herd. Elephants can have aggressive interactions between herds, but not always. It can also be pleasant. It can also be, hey, nice to meet you. It can also be familiar. They've met before. Davi and I watched on the deck of Jackie's lodge the other day, two distinctly separate herds come together. One was very grey and dry, one was very orange and muddy, so they're obviously separate and they've been traversing separate areas in the reserve. And they came together and immediately it was so warm. The youngsters ran up to each other and were very tactile. The adults were communicating. The young bulls, of course, did what young bulls do and start tussling. And it was very obvious that there was a lot of familiarity between these two herds, and most likely they were kinship groups. They probably have relations, and maybe the herd split. And just watching the interactions, it was really obvious. So it's not always aggressive, but sometimes it can be. I have witnessed that in Juma, where it wasn't a good meeting between two herds. Oh, Davi, there's a tiny youngster coming. You see that? More elephants streaming in. Can't believe that. Mom's got her ears up. And to us humans, If we were to arrive at this waterhole, we would only see when we get there. Turn the corner, we don't know what's happening. But to elephants, they would know there are other elephants long before arrival. They'll hear the communication, they'll hear the rumbles, they'll probably feel the vibrations of other elephants. It's not a case of arriving to the dam and thinking, oh, there are other elephants here. Not a chance. They will know. They'll be long aware that there are other elephant herds around before we could even envision that. We would only see them when we turn the corner and we see the dam. There is a stream of elephants arriving. I literally cannot believe how many elephants are in front of us right now. Can anyone take a guess how many elephants we have here? Davi, what do you think? Huh?
More than 100.
More than 100. Let's not forget the wall of elephants from the original saga is still there. I think they're sleeping now. I think they've decided to rest, but they've not disappeared. Elephants tend to do this when they're napping. They just stand still. You'll only see small flaps of the ears. I think they're resting, and the party's on the other side. I think definitely more than 100. Would you be the rester with the chill vibes, or would you be the partier? Party goer? I'd be the one sleeping. Darby would be in the party. John, you guess around 50 elephants. Oh, John, I don't even know where to start. Possibly, I think more. But I think more. But it's definitely a good baseline. Everywhere I look, there are just elephants. I don't even know how to start counting, but if any of you are keen for the task, you're welcome. We've got dust bathing, we've got tussling, we've got splashing, swimming, playing, drinking, suckling. So many things are happening in front of us. Betty, that is so lovely to hear. You are in your happy place. Me too, Betty. And that's what Escape to Nature is all about. Not driving around trying to track and find animals as we all feel we have to do as guides, but just to sit. Be the chilled ones. Sometimes the dam will be quiet and you might only have guinea fowl, but at least you have guinea fowl. Sometimes the dam will be jam-packed, action non-stop like today. I want you to hear the birds. I want you to hear the wind. I want you to try and imagine what it's like to be here. Feel what it's like to be here. That's why I'll just go quiet at times and just let you listen. Well, on that note, everyone, as the plane flies above us, we're not going to go anywhere. We're going to sit here at this wonderful elephant pool party, but we're going to send you guys over to Alex, who's in Okakuyu.
Our Mashatu feed earlier as well, and that other boy is still just hanging around. So an eventful day so far, especially where Lauren is. But we do have a lovely little family group of kudu that have come down. You can see all the little cows there on the left-hand side, as well as the springbok, which have not left us at all just yet. They seem to have made up that this is where they will be hanging around for the afternoon. I would be too as well. Obviously, nice and clear, vast areas for them to look at. And well, I suppose notice any approaching predators, should there be any, as well as also have access to the water. We have noticed them getting quite deep, and it's quite interesting to see that the kudu have actually hung off, as opposed to what the oryx and the springbok were up to earlier. I've also noticed that the impala haven't really gone in too far today. There is a springbok there that is going in, but I just want to have a look at these kudu calves. One or two calves there as well, and obviously some wildebeest in the background walking through. But yes, it does seem that Madikwe is the place to be right now for elephant shenanigans. We'll hang around here for a minute and just see what else might decide to come through. But this is the first set of cows, kudu cows, that we've had today. We've really only had the bulls. So interesting to see. Still quite a bit of plains game hanging around right there in the distance. And it'll be interesting to see how big the herds get this afternoon as it warms up. We are kind of approaching heat of the day. Obviously, being a bit more west of us, The sun will stay up a bit later here, so the heat will only really start to get through, I would think, at around 4 o'clock this afternoon. That would probably be the heat of the day there, the top, the height of the temperature at least. Always wonder what goes through an animal's head when it's drinking at a waterhole like this. Specifically when they're relaxed, no one else bothering them, no elephant bullies coming through and causing a ruckus, or swimming just yet. It'll be interesting to see how that all unfolds this afternoon. Just going to pan across and see if anything else interesting might have joined us so far. I do think that one of these days we might get lucky and perhaps see some jackal or caracal hunting some of the doves around here, but I think it's way too busy with herbivores at the moment for that to be the case. I would definitely get pushed aside. But we do have something here I'm going to zoom into. We haven't seen this today yet. Just want to zoom in so I can get a clear picture. Oh. Sorry. Controls are getting the better of me currently. Hi JP, good question. So, from my understanding, the water is pumped here in Okakuyo, and that is why it is all round. So obviously quite a dry area up there, Natasha, but we are looking here at a black-headed heron. Very cool to see. Haven't seen one yet. She is obviously going to be checking around for any disturbance that might knock up something that they might want to fish out. Maybe a little frog. Some little mollusk, but it seems to be drinking at the moment anyway. But nice to see. They are actually very cool. Enjoy the colorations of them as well. Black-headed heron. going to spend some time just watching this black-headed heron. He's actually quite interesting. And as I said, we haven't seen any herons today, so we'll try and get a little bit close into him and talk a little bit about him as well. So they are almost similarly sized to a grey-headed heron, grey-headed heron being a bit more common. Little blacksmith lapwing that's over there as well. It seems there we go, he's having a wade and quite busy as well. But interesting to see and note the different colorations on them as opposed to the grey heron, and you can quite clearly see why it is called a black-headed heron and that difference that is on them. Sometimes there is a little bit of grey or slaty grey on them as well. Does look like that a bit on their back wing there. Well, this one's back wing there, but you can clearly see the black head on this individual. So while it's fantastic to see different heron species or bird species here, Ralph down in Kariega has something very interesting to show you again. It seems that it all seems to be popping off this Friday afternoon.
Well, hello and welcome to Escape to Nature. We're coming to you live from the Kariega Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape province of South Africa. And down here on the eastern side of the reserve, we have a very big herd of buffalo that has made its way out onto the plains. And at the same time, I'm also listening out because there is a crowned eagle that is calling. So if it starts calling, well, definitely be quiet so that we can listen for it. Yeah, I'm all on my own, so I don't have a camera operator with me, and I operate the camera as well as narrate. So I've got a few things going on, and I know what it's like as the dam cam operator as well, because I've done that too. So it's nice to see and know what it's all about from all the different departments. There we can hear the crowned eagle. Getting further away now. Very high pitched, sort of ongoing beep 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 beep. And that's obviously the largest of all the eagles here. And they are known to prey on monkeys and rock hyrax. There's that little baby there. So as always, folks, please don't forget to send us through your questions and your comments or any stories or anything that you would like us to talk about, because we'd love for you to get involved. Jump on board with us while we escape to nature. So on this side of the reserve there's no lions. So there's no hunting pressure or predator stress or pressure on these buffalo. So you do find them a lot more relaxed than you may in, for instance, the Djuma area and on the western side of this reserve per se, because they don't need to have their wits about them as much as they would normally if there were lions that would be hunting them. Here there are a lot of caracal, or the lynx. There's also leopard, but not really buffalo predators. Just want to see that little baby there. hear a baboon alarm calling as well. They have been doing so this morning. I was wondering, the monkeys were also making one hell of a racket. So I was wondering if there may have been a leopard. Could have also been a caracal. Monkeys will also alarm call for crowned eagles as well, but not so much baboons. So when both of them call like that, I generally start to think of a cat-like predator. And the buffalo obviously need to spend a big part of the day actually feeding like this, and then another big part of the day lying down and ruminating. So they're in that actual feeding phase right now. It's about 30 strong, this herd. It has split up a little bit. There's some on the other side of the plain as well. There's about 30 of them. A couple of new additions, little youngsters there. And if the wind doesn't mess it up, that crowned eagle is calling again. Somewhere up on the kloof here where the buffalo are heading towards, on the left hand side. Yeah, the baboons. See lots of heads down. That's generally when there's not so many lions, or not lions. So Gita, buffaloes like to wallow as well. So when it's really hot, they will go down to water holes and get themselves full of mud. The older they are, the more time they spend in those wallows, and that's when they generally get left behind by the herd. And it's particularly those old bulls that spend very long periods wallowing in the mud, and that's where their name actually comes from, because the Zulu name for the building material which is mixed with mud and clay is called daga. And the old huts, and they still build them today, and also the Xhosas here where we are in the Eastern Cape, they use that, and they sometimes mix it with cow dung, or you could use buffalo dung. You can't tell the difference between cow dung and buffalo dung, but they mix it with a clay, and then they use it as a kind of cement, and they put it on the flooring as well, and they actually polish it to a mean shine. It is amazing. You can almost see your face on it, and you could eat off a lot of those floors. And that's the traditional method of building the huts that they have here. And that mud that the buffaloes wallow in very much looks like that daga that's mixed with the dung. We saw one this morning that had been wallowing, and it had mud all on its horns and everywhere, dripping off of it. So these guys are just slowly moving through, and they seem to do this. They've got quite a rhythmic approach to it during the day. I see them walking from one side of the other of the plain to the other, and just slowly grazing as they go, and then eventually they all sort of huddle up and lie down and then ruminate. A lot of time needed for that. Lying down, regurgitating, chewing, swallowing, regurgitating again, chewing the cud. See now the clouds coming over again, changes the color complexion completely. Lots of birds calling. Southern boo-boos, somber green bulls. The wind picking up now as well. Yesterday we had an almighty storm here, lasted the whole day, lots of lightning and thunder, and a lot of rain fell. Doesn't seem to be any rain forecast for today. That could change, but there is more on the way. The next few days it's going to rain on and off. Just a wonderful landscape here. It's amazing, this Albany thicket that we find ourselves in here in the Eastern Cape. Evergreen. Yeah, just spending time with the buffalo. There was some eland here earlier. There was also ostriches, zebra, impala. They've shifted off now onto the other side of the plain. Oh, there's a Knysna woodpecker that called. Wee. Also been hearing the Knysna turaco. It's like sounds more like a frog. Quack, 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 quack. Such pretty birds with terrible calls. And there's a lot of the little sunbirds calling as well. Southern double-collared, and I can hear very high pitch, similar to the little waxbills that you may hear in the Lowveld. You do get waxbills here as well, and the firefinches, not as common as the sunbirds. With the Cape Floral Kingdom here, a lot of flowering plants, and so we get a lot of different kinds of sunbirds. The amethyst or the black, the dusky, and quite a few others. So Tim, yes, there are some grasses that buffalo won't eat. It's mainly here in the Eastern Cape. We're in the Sweetveld, so there is most of what the grasses that we find here they'll eat because it's so nutritious and generally fantastic grazing value here. But like in the Lowveld, the stinking grass they wouldn't particularly eat. It's very bad smelling, it's not very nutritious, and it's not very palatable either. Turpentine grass and a number of other species that you get in the Lowveld, but that there being the Sourveld, so it's not as nutritious, it doesn't have as high carrying capacity as this particular region. The grass here in general is very palatable, highly nutritious, and the animals love most of it. So they don't, overgraze particularly highly in this region because they move across the plains feeding as they go, and they don't stay in one spot and just attack one species generally. And with conservation, that's what we learned about, how you sort of force your animals through the manipulation of water points generally, and you would put your water points in the areas where the animals fed the least, and where the unpalatable grasses are. So because if you put your water holes where the animals generally overgraze, then it's going to be even worse. So you force them to move out of those areas and to do a little bit of grazing in the utilized areas, and in so doing you manipulate the animals to sort of assist in the ecological succession of the plants, and makes for better management. Buffalo can also have quite a high impact just from trampling, so because they are big heavy animals, and just from them walking through they can have a high effect on the area. So Micah, you can see from this group of animals here that they are highly sociable. There's quite a big group, probably about 25 of them here now, and yes, they very much like cows, they don't stay alone, they stay in groups, so they're gregarious, sociable animals, and quite an organized structure within that, where they do have the bulls that are in their prime and of breeding age, mature, that are kind of the protectors and the scouts for the herd. And then you've got your breeding and mature females that have the youngsters with them, and if there's any clear danger that presents itself, the bulls form a laager in the front, with the females and the young ones sort of closed in the laager behind them. And that's where it always becomes an issue for lions when they hunt them, because that's how they'll approach that, and they need to try and split them up. And that's where teamwork comes into play with prides that start to hunt buffalo, and the tactics that they need to employ to split the laager and try to isolate a single animal, whether it's a female or a bull, but needs to get out of that organized structure that they immediately go into when they're presented with danger. Even if I get out of the vehicle here now and I walk towards them, they'll immediately go into that defensive unit. And I've walked these buffalo on foot with incumbent trails rangers, and whenever they spot you on foot, it's an immediate sort of predator or lion response. And they treat us very similarly to lions, and then they do come forward as well, because they want to attack and chase away that threat. And that's when it becomes a little bit tricky, and that's where these particular buffaloes have had me up the scotia trees in the area with all the trails rangers. It's been about 10 of us up a tree at once, all the buffalo below us. So yeah, but highly organized, social, gregarious, and very intelligent as well. That little youngster getting told off. But yeah, then the older they get, especially those bulls, then they sort of lie, they get arthritis, they get older, and then they lie in the mud wallows when the rest of the herd moves off. They hang around, and because they're quite comfortable in the wallow, and that's when they get left behind, and then they don't have the safety of the herd with all the eyes and ears that pick up the danger and so on, and you can very easily walk on top of them. When I say that, you surprise them. They're in a wallow and then they jump up. You think even though they've got arthritis and they're left behind by the herd, they would be old and slow, but not slow at all. They jump up, and their first response is to attack because of that surprise. So us as trails rangers, we often speak of the Daggaboy as being one of the most threatening and dangerous animals that you can come across in the African bush. And it's normally you surprise him and you surprised at the same time, so it's always a little bit of scary moments. But up until this moment, I've never had to pull the trigger on any animals, and I'm hoping to keep it that way. Well, what I am gonna do, however, is pull the trigger on shooting you to Mashatu.
obviously never nice to have to do that, especially as a trails guide. But we are here, and the elephant have been coming through. There was another herd that has just left us. Obviously different to the buffalo, but we've had a very good day of sighting so far. And we even got the wild dog pups. So as it is on the show today, we are ticking along quite nicely with the amount of diversity of things that we've seen. I am hoping to see a few more elephant come through here, Mashatu at least. And it does seem that these ellies have found on or cottoned onto where the warthog were earlier and have started to use this area now as a more of a wallowing space. Nothing quite like what we were seeing in Madikwe earlier, but that could all change, as I'm sure it's going to get very hot, possibly a little bit hotter here than it is in Madikwe anyway. And I'm sure we will have a few more ellies come through as well. But I am going to zoom in and just see. What's been quite interesting is that one young bull has actually hung around most of the day today. And everyone else has kind of filtered their way through, in or past. And we can just start to see, again, just hanging around. You'll always notice that these ellies here are around where the borehole pump is, just to get access to that fresh water. But they also seem to be in quite a good mood today. We have seen them being a lot more boisterous in the past, so it's always fun to see. And you can see one actually dust bathing after spraying themselves with mud. And I'm pretty sure this wallow, as the weeks get longer now and it gets a bit hotter as we approach the rainy season, that this wallow here towards the left of us is actually going to get a bit more active than what it has been. It'll be interesting to see how it grows, but it definitely seems to be the hot spot right now. And let's just sit and watch and wait. There might be something interesting or some more that decide to come through as well just now. Hi Luke, that's a very good question. Why do elephants enjoy spending so much time around water? I think if you were to think about it, if you were stuck in the sun in these very hot areas and there was a body of water around, you'd also want to do that, much like how we all love to swim in summer, whether that is in a swimming pool or in the ocean or a dam. And elephants also get the added benefit of then, mud wallowing and then spraying themselves with dust, which obviously acts as a form of sun protection, and then also as a protection to insects and other little biting things that might actually be around them. So little parasites and that as well, ticks, possibly flies, bees maybe to some degree that might be looking for extra moisture. I actually did see an interesting post the other day of a rhino that had been wallowing and a colony of bees that actually settled on its side to take advantage of the moisture on it. So there are various different reasons why animals would like to flock to the water, but in particular the thick-skinned pachyderms, elephants, hippos, rhinos, and the big animals of these times. So, or of these kinds, they would definitely like to be around the water to act as a cooling mechanism for themselves, as well as drink. They obviously need to drink quite a lot of water, being that size. Another interesting question. Will an elephant's skin expand as they grow older? Well, I suppose an elephant's obviously going to grow and get bigger. So by definition or thought, that the skin will get bigger as they grow. Not necessarily expand, but as they grow and their body size increases, so will their skin. So remember that their skin, or dermis, is actually a part of them, an organ. And that organ obviously has to cover and stretch the expanse of that animal. It's much the same as yourself. As you grow, your dermis also gets bigger. So not necessarily an expansion, but it does definitely get bigger, in those kind of terms, relatively. to have just pushed off, but we are going to hang around and just wait to see. Think I heard some more coming through, as well as also heard another black-collared barbet in the background, something else different for us. And it sounds like the lapwings are chirping, so there's definitely something around. I'm just waiting for the controls to come back so I can have a look. It is just a little bit delayed. It seems that we've gone quiet now after quite a busy time. There were actually about 3 or 4 different elephant herds coming through. But it is quite a dry little moment at the moment. We will hang around and see if we can, well, possibly if there are some more Ellies to come through. But Lauren has something interesting for us to see in Madikwe. Heading over to her.
We are honestly having the most fantastic afternoon. The wind's picking up, which is nice for us. Not sure about the elephants. And we had mating. We had a mating pair of elephants that mated 3 times. It was a very quick affair and also felt very spontaneous. But we had mating. It was a younger bull. Wow. Oh my goodness. There's literally a tornado happening over there. Wow, I don't know where that came from, but that wind was really powerful. Davy, are you still there?
Only just.
Imagine if we'd flown away. Wow! I thought that would have spooked the elephants a little bit, but they're okay. So yes, the mating affected everyone. It was unbelievable. When that young bull jumped on the young female's back, she reacted. She wasn't happy, but she... trying to think of the right terminology here. She, I wouldn't say allowed, she participated, and everyone else reacted. It was utterly fascinating to watch how every single elephant here is somehow in tune with what is going on. The female wasn't happy. She didn't like it. And everyone reacted. It was, you know, the longer you sit with elephants and you really observe them, the more you can actually really see what's going on from a human perspective, of course. We can only see things from a human perspective, but the more you observe, the more you understand, naturally. We're probably missing a lot. But still, at least the more time you put in, the more you're able to sort of tap into that dimension of being an elephant. Look at these two. Mating, my goodness, I've only seen mating once in Djuma. I was with you, Darby. Oh my goodness, in the background we've got more coming in. I think we have to make them join the queue because there can't possibly be room for more elephants. Ben, I'm enjoying it too. It's all go, go, go. It's very hard to describe and narrate because there is so much happening. So many intraspecific interactions. Some that we can see, some that we can hear, some that we have no idea that is happening. It's amazing. But But within social animals, it's important to socialize. I know that sounds really basic, but it is. If you are a social creature, socialization is very important, and that's exactly what's happening here. It's definitely not just one herd, it's a mixture of herds and all sorts of interactions, and that's also how the young ones learn. There was a wall of elephants earlier created in reaction to the dog's presence. Now, if you're a young calf and you've maybe never seen wild dogs before, maybe it's your first time, immediately you understand they are a threat. And how do you understand that? From observation, from the reaction of all of your peers. It was a negative reaction. So that's a learning curve through observation that, oh, dogs are bad if you're an elephant, of course, not if you're humans. Look at these three champs coming in. And it's fascinating to think most of these interactions are not visual. They can see one another, of course they can. But the interactions are happening on another level, even the tactile interactions. I can't even tell who's not happy. Is it that youngster? Anel, you're saying they look like they're having the best day ever. I think they are. We've been to this dam quite a few times now, and we've always seen elephants, but this is the craziest we've seen it. And it looked like the big boys are coming in, definitely boys. Bachelor herd right here. No denying that. But yes, even when elephants are touching one another, we call it tactile because it's touch, and to us they are touching one another. Yes, technically speaking they are, but what they're really doing, especially when they touch each other's trunks, is bringing the trunk back to their own mouth with the pheromone-coated tip to actually smell the other individual through their vomeronasal organ, which is the same as the organ of Jacobson, whatever you want to call it. Now, that special organ, actually, humans lost it. We had it, but throughout our evolution, we completely lost it, which is a shame. Apes also lost it, whales, birds, crocodiles, and I believe some bats. But many other vertebrates have this organ. So although they're touching one another, they're actually trying to get the pheromones in order to smell one another through chemoreception. So it looks tactile to us, and I guess it is fundamentally, but that's not what they're trying to do. They're navigating here through infrasonic communication and smell. That's how they're interacting. They're not really touching per se, and they're not really looking. Davi, look at those on the left. They're not approaching. They've created a bit of a wall again. Wouldn't say it's a negative wall. They're just not sure to approach the dam. The dam is busy. There are big bulls, young calves, mothers, and they're just not stepping forward. Do you see them, Dav? The ones on the left?
Oh, sorry.
These are the ones that created the wall against the dogs. So they're bone dry, they had a nap, and they want to go to the dam, but they're nervous. There's a bit of an interaction happening between the herds here. I wonder if they're talking to one another. think they're communicating. It's a standoff. Maybe not a negative one. This is literally an interaction. Interaction doesn't mean they have to touch. This is very cool. And we can't even begin to understand what is being said, what is being communicated here. It's clear that there are two different herds, and it's clear that they're not sure how to proceed. But that's really all we can glean from this as a human. And then there's that one youngster just on the ground who doesn't care, but you always get that one. Wow. Now remember, the biggest threat to any species is an individual of your own species. Not a predator, not... This is excluding humans, of course. I'm talking about the animal kingdom. Let's just remove humans. But it's not a predator or a big scary other animal. It's a member of your own species. That's the biggest threat. You've got to understand one another. The biggest threat to a leopard is a leopard. Biggest threat to a lion pride is another lion pride. Biggest threat to a zebra is another zebra. they just wait on the leader of the herd maybe to make that decision? Is it safe? Can we go? I can see a huge herd of zebra way in the distance. I don't think Davi will be able to get them, don't worry. Waiting to come down. Did you catch that name, Davi?
Vincent.
Vincent! I agree. I think it's time to join the party now. You've really stood there for long enough. It's time to get in the water. Oh, that wasn't positive. You see how they've all just turned their back? That's turned away from the troublemaker. Oh, and look at that youngster down there, straight ahead, 12 o'clock. I don't want to party. I just want to sleep. I think that was some sort of instruction. Come on, Howard, it's time to leave. This one looks like he's been doing some henna. Many of them are starting to leave now. Well, at least the zebras decided that there was some space for them. Maybe it's safer going for a drink if there are a lot of elephants around. Oh, so we're going to sit enjoying our pool party, but we are going to send you across to Alex with the party of his own.
Many thanks, Lauren. And joining our pool party eventually today are the elephants up here. And you can see they've really mucked the water up so far. I'm pretty sure those zebra aren't going to be enjoying the fact that these guys have come in and they really are having a party. But it's fantastic to see. I have been waiting for this all morning. And now it's obviously afternoon. So it's taken some time, but the Ellies have come through. And it's just fantastic to see how they go about it. Obviously in the different areas where we are, just seeing basically how much elephants actually do enjoy being in the water, frolicking, playing, getting muddy. And you can actually notice here up in Natasha that white we were talking about earlier from the calcium deposits that are left around. And this is a very typical sighting or a thing to see within Etosha. And that wet, moisture, brown, muddy thing, coloration that is on the elephants currently right now will actually go white, and that is because of the deposits and that is in the substrate beneath them. There's quite a bit of zebra coming through now again, and we might actually see these elephants push them off. We were very, very inundated with springbok earlier, and the elephant coming through to the water have actually basically pushed everyone else away. But it is almost the heat of the day. So I'm sure that these guys are also desperate to drink, and they might actually tolerate having the zebra on the other side and away from them frolicking. It looks like they're pretty much set in and having a good time right now. Very nice herd of elephant with us. It seems that most of these guys are obviously probably interrelated. Hi, Lita. And that's a very interesting question. They aren't at all. But I suppose, like with anyone, there are different temperaments with individuals as well. Obviously, also elephants or the bulls at least, go through a thing called must. And that's obviously where their testosterone does raise, and that can make them more irritable. But I mean, I've noted that, at least personally, that the matriarchs and females in the herd are probably the ones you don't really want to play with the most. Specifically on foot, they are generally the most temperamental. But again, every animal also has a fight or flight zone, and if you do happen to find yourself within that, you will be told about it. And on top of that, you will also notice the way that their temperament towards you would also change. So like with anyone or with any other animal, they can also just be having a bad day or have woken up on the wrong side of the bed. And that could mean that they might be easily irritated with you. But again, it does depend also on the element and also the area. They could have had a bad encounter with, say, a poacher or a hunter in a certain area, and that might make them more irritable. And again, like I said, it does also depend on the areas and their different interaction encounters that they've had with human beings too. But generally, elephants are quite placid. You will see them doing their own thing, and if left alone, they will generally be pretty accommodating of you. Again, like with anything, you don't want to irritate them though. Hear the Cape crows in the background, and it seems these ellies have kind of had enough of a wallow, although these two young ones are playing. It's amazing to see how fast this mud actually dries, or this clay dries on them, how white they are actually going. But it seems like they're on a mission and they probably want to go and feed. They are looking for a food source right now. But these Illies have played, and it looks like they've played to their heart's content, some of them definitely. But someone has said it is time to move on, and they have packed their bags. They are out. So we should actually notice that zebra that they did push off come back in. Possibly the springbok that look like they are so interested as well. Now that these elephants have moved and the water is obviously now very disturbed, it will be interesting to see how the other animals react to that. But they'll definitely be far more willing to come down and drink right now. Just going to watch as they trundle off. Procession of Ellies moving through the landscape. Amazing to think that you won't be able to see them quite soon and they'll literally just disappear. I always kind of find it quite disconcerting to think that something so big can just disappear and vanish in the space of literally seconds, sometimes minutes. But obviously here's a bit more open, so we would think minutes here at least. But in thicker areas, elephants vanish very fast. So it's interesting to note the dynamic, and the herd that's on the left is clearly a breeding herd, and we've got two bulls that will be just a little bit distance here on the right hand side. Generally the bulls do hang back away from the herds. They obviously go in for breeding in that, but the bulls obviously generally stick back a little bit further, and they're actually 9 times out of 10 up to their own thing and they're on their own missions. These two did look like they might be willing to have a little play for us, but they seem to have just kind of got with the program with the rest of them and seem to be following on anyway. But it's not all the time that you do see bulls with breeding herds. But I do want to send you guys back to Lauren now that we've lost our ones here. Lauren still has the elephants in Madikwe, and they are playing and frolicking just as well as these guys were earlier.
Still chaos. The poor elephants just chased away the zebra. Which really is not very necessary, guys. The zebra are also thirsty. A lot of elephants have moved off, but still, we still have a high number of them around here. Rolo, was that larger, Davi? No, they're just the same. It's the same species. Obviously, you can get adaptations to environments which can cause differences in species, but normally when they get to the extent of physical size, it would then become a subspecies. So to me, they are the exact same. And the only... That was real, as in, it's not play. man, I know, it's unbelievable. Duffy was actually filming the younger boys tussling, and it was the older boys who made that sound, but it was difficult to tell which fighting duos was vocalizing there, but it was the two on the right. They're not happy with one another. They're older as well. Once the bulls start to get older, they stop the tussling so much, and any sort of clashing, physical clashing, is there's normally substance behind it. But yes, sorry, Rolo, the only difference I have noticed is the size of the tusks on some males. It's not necessarily the length, like a big tusker, but the girth, the width on the tusks of some of the males here is the biggest I've ever seen. And I do believe it is down to the fluoride in the area. Obviously, tusks are really just teeth for the elephants at the end of the day, specialized teeth. Sorry, I'm just trying to concentrate on everything that's going on here. And the fluoride is obviously affecting them. Apparently it is due to that. But that's the only difference I have noticed. Really exactly the same. It's almost like a mediator in the middle there. Again, I could be totally wrong. Saying, don't fight. Another fight. Sorry, there are just fights happening everywhere now. Liz, you're saying a lovely elephant sighting and you are thoroughly enjoying it. Me too. I just don't know where to look. There are warthogs dancing in and out as well, by the way, just to add to the species list of today. You may catch a glimpse of one. The dynamics really shifted when those big bulls arrived, huh? I'm not sure if you can hear that. That's the clanging of the tusks. It's a horrible sound, actually. I don't like it. Grace, absolutely, I agree with you. You really have got to watch, and of course there is so much we don't understand. I can't even begin, but it's really important to just not arrive. I've seen some guides just arrive at an elephant sighting and say, she's the biggest, that has to be the matriarch, and that's really not correct. She may be the matriarch, absolutely, but she also may not. In order to conclusively and sensibly say, okay, that's the matriarch, XYZ, you've got to watch. You've got to observe who's responding to who is in must, what is the general energy of the herd, who is everyone gravitating around. And it's not as easy as you would think, and I refrain from doing that, saying, she's a matriarch. But you don't know that. It's not always the biggest female. It tends to be because she is the oldest, but it's not always the case, absolutely not. And I know I recommend this book all the time, but really, if you are an avid reader, Beyond Words by Carl Safina, great author. It's an incredible book. It focuses on elephants, killer whales, and wolves. And the elephant section is it's literally beyond words in so many ways. It's hard to describe the book, but also the book is about what is beyond words. Because humans are so verbal, we tend to think that we can just explain everything, but it's not always the case. I've probably done a really terrible job at narrating today because there is so much happening that I don't understand. Not because I'm stupid, but because I'm a human. And elephants are so complex and dynamic and intelligent, it is really hard for me to tap into what is always going on. Yes, it's easy for me to say that they're drinking, yes, they're playing, yes, they're splashing, all of that is easy. But there's a lot more happening here. You can just peel back the layers. So many different layers, like an onion. There's dynamics happening between the youngsters. There's dynamics happening between the herd. There's interactions happening between the big bulls, who want to all be dominant in their own way. There's so many different things happening. And of course there is the annoyance of the zebras. Poor zebras. I love to see the little ones try and be bossy and authoritative because it just, it never seems that way. They're so tiny and they're trying to chase away a herd of zebra. But of course they're just following Mom. Mom is their world. What Mom does, I will do. Alan, I know. The poor zebras are just trying to cool down. Really, they just want to drink. Every single time they come to the water's edge, the elephants end up just chasing them away. For no reason, really. Neither species is a threat to the other. Darby, I just want to point you to this one here. The one in the middle on its own, on the right.
This guy.
Yeah. Just having a good old scratch, look at that. Think about it though. Think how dry the environment is, how dry their skin is. We've got to have a good old scratch at some point. Scratch and splash. The boys seem to settle their disputes. Everything's calmed down with the big males, and it doesn't look aggressive anymore. I wish we could understand more about the animal kingdom. Maybe we're never supposed to. And that's why a lot of people love Safari Live. We are narrating, if you like, or presenting, or whatever we do, through our own perceptions. We're only talking through how we see it, and people relate to people. People enjoy watching Safari Live for the animals, but they also enjoy it for the people that they see. Some people are, I don't like that naturalist, I like this naturalist, I don't like that one, I like that one. Why? Because we're people and we connect to people. And you want to see the animal kingdom through the eyes of the people that you like, because we're not able to do it any other way. Okay, we're definitely not going anywhere. This pool party is far from over, but you guys are going to head over to Alex.
Thank you very much, Lauren. And it's fantastic to see and witness how the animal kingdom expands and moves across the different landscapes and that we are in. And here in Mashatu, we actually have some zebra at the water, and obviously it's giraffe drinking too. It's quite hard to actually see zebra in Mashatu just because there isn't that much grass in certain areas. So it's always a treat to get them here at the water, and it's actually quite a big little harem of them. There we go. And I was mentioning earlier, just up when we were in Okakujo, that they can be quite temperamental with each other as well. They do bite, kick, knock each other around quite a bit. So as much as they might look cute and placid, zebra definitely do have a bit of a temper issue sometimes. Just want to make sure that we've got everyone in camera. Oh, and we've got an Ellie as well, so they've also come through. So it's been a very chock-a-block full day of elephant. This actually might be the guy from earlier who was here at the spring, but he seems to have had a wallow and sprayed himself as well. Just chilling. And you'll notice they always are drinking off the surface water, just because that's generally where the freshest water will be. Thanks, Logan. Yes, you're so correct. It's great that the days are warming up. I think many of us down here in Southern Africa are people of the tropics, and the cold, wet, wintry, freezing business is definitely not for the faint-hearted. But in these areas it does get very hot, so you'd be grateful to be splashing water on yourself like this really is right now. What's interesting has been the drips and drabs of the different Ellies that have come through today, specifically here in Mashatu. We've had ones and twos and then a little breeding herd here and there, and there definitely are bigger herds around, but obviously they get around and they move quite far as well. So, I suppose over the days and and time we get to spend here, we will notice that there are bigger and smaller herds. Sometimes little parties will meet up. They might even be related in some degree, to some instances. But it's great to just see them and know that they are in the area as well. Just want to scan across and see. We haven't seen our crocodile yet today. He seems to be hiding. But if we do see him, we will definitely make sure to mention and give a comment and shout out to him. Could very well be that he's lying in wait for something to come. It has been a few weeks since he ate, but there we go. There's also seems to be a Kori bustard. Just want to zoom in. That looks like a Kori bustard to me. Two of them, so it looks like a pair of them. And coming to drink. Yep, both of them. So this is the national bird of Botswana, and we were talking about them being the heaviest flying bird in the world, although there is some debate between whether this Kori bustard or the Asian bustard is the biggest or heaviest flying bird in the world. To some degree, it looks like that other one in the background might be hunting. Did look like it showed an interest into something. It's quite fascinating watching this one drink here and how its legs have almost gone in a 90-degree angle. So it's almost like it's formed a little right angle triangle to the ground. Fascinating to watch. And Mshatha is a very good area to find these birds as well. It's nice and open, and they do have a lot of food source for themselves there as well. It does vary, obviously, depending on the season. But it does look like this one here on the left is, to some degree, hunting. So I just want to confirm actually what... Yeah, so you consider that the heaviest flying bird in the world weighs roughly around up to 19 kgs. That's very heavy if you consider aviation of birds and feathers and the rest. And to be getting 19 kgs off the ground is the equivalent of trying to get a big bomber off the ground as well. I suppose they have to get a bit of a run up as well to assist them with that. But I can't remember of late when last I actually saw one take off. I have seen it in the past, and it's a very interesting thing to see a heavy bird actually get up and start to fly. So it's always nice to notice, but it's great to see this one drinking and the other one hunting. Just want to have a look and see if our giraffe is still with us, as well as the zebra and the ellie. Seems our giraffe is pushed off as well as the zebra, but I'm just trying to scan through. Oh, there's our giraffe, and the warthog have also decided to come through. It looks like there's some other zebra there on the right hand side, and I think those are wildebeest that are there, but our Ellie's still here and he's enjoying himself. So I think we're just going to sit here and wait. It does look like we have an ostrich as well. Our species count for the day, being both mammals and birds, is ever increasing, even as we get to the tail end of our show. And this definitely is the bull from earlier. And I still am wondering whether he actually might have a sore or something wrong with his foot, because this is the way that he's been standing the whole morning with it crossed and actually resting on his other back leg. So there might actually be an issue here. And maybe he's not wanting to put too much pressure on it, but he has hung around here the whole day. So it's interesting just to see how his temperament and demeanor has been the whole day. So I think as we wait and see if these wildebeest do come through, it's probably best to see what the elephant are getting up to in Madikwe with Lauren.
Not really. Oh, goodness. Oh, mating, mating. Wow. I don't know what to say there. For once, the live worked in our favor. Normally, the animals run away. Wow, everyone, I think Madikwe for the win. That was real mating. That wasn't an attempt or dominance or play. That was real mating. Wow. A smaller bull, though, and a smaller cow, I would say. I can't believe we just saw that. I was late to realize what was happening as well. And you know what, everyone? We haven't moved our vehicle. We have stayed in the exact same position, watching the exact same waterhole. And all of this has happened in the one area, and that is escaping to nature. Alice, that was a first for you. I'm so happy. It is actually only the second drive I have ever seen this on. I've seen it a few times today now because they have mated earlier, but as you can see, it's a very quick affair. But I've only ever seen it once in Djuma. Imagine having that weight on your back, though. I mean, bulls are a fair size larger than the cows. That's a lot for a female, especially a smaller cow. They can start mating as young as 9. A smaller cow and a much older bull, that's a lot of pressure on her. Wow, elephants to the right, zebras to the left. I think this has definitely been my favourite drive so far at Madikwe. Amber, you are so welcome. You are so welcome. You are saying thank you. This has been an incredible show. It really has. Very unexpected as well. Madikwe were a little bit late to the party, but when we got here, it all kicked off with a bang. And that's what it's all about. Not every day is like that. And that's what the bush teaches you. It teaches you patience. You will have quiet days. You will have those days where you want to pull your hair out because nothing is going right. Trust me. But then you get these days where it's all worth it and everything falls into place. I guess that's life, a metaphor for life. The Jamala Dam is only about 10 minutes away from our camp, where Darby and I are staying. It's just incredible. I feel a bit sad we didn't get the leopard and the buffalo, but hey, can't complain. Here we go, chasing the zebra again. But it really is thanks to you guys for jumping on board with us. Otherwise, we would just be driving around on our own, talking to each other. A really big thank you for bumbling along with us through the African world, for sending in your comments, your questions, even jokes. It's a pleasure to have you on board with us. I wouldn't have enjoyed this sighting if I wasn't sharing it with all of you. I get sad when I see things and I'm not live. I get very sad. But of course, we have the sunrise safari every morning, then escape to nature throughout the afternoon, and then the sunset safari in the evening. So don't forget, it's Penguin Beach up next. So if you want a little bit of a different environment, tune in to Penguin Beach for some ocean vibes. But that's a goodbye from all of us here at Madikwe Game Reserve, both Davi and I. But please do tune into Penguin Beach and, of course, our sunset safari this evening. So, as we take a break and drink some water, we shall see you later on. Have a great afternoon.